What's up, everybody? Good morning and a very happy Wednesday to you all. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk studios. Thanks for waking up and making us a part of your start on this Making the Turn Wednesday. Whether you're listening on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, or online at our website, sportstalk1051.com, WAYYradio.com. You've got the app. Download it, take it on the go. Alexa devices or your smart speakers and the video stream that is up and rolling right now on YouTube, part of Man Cave TV. What do we have on our game plan for us this morning? Brewers picking up another win last night, taking down the Giants in Game 2, an 8-3 victory for the Crew. Kyle Harrison picking up another win to improve to a 7-1 on the season. 7-1. ERA at a 1.57. He went 5 2/3, giving up 4 hits, 1 earned run, and matching a career high 12 strikeouts in the game last night. So got a little close there in the 8th inning with the Giants putting up a couple runs in the 8th. Brewers jumped out. Again, it's kind of been a key, and we talked about it yesterday. Can the Brewers give Kyle Harrison and jump an early lead and such? And, well, you put up 3 runs in the bottom of the first to get a little breathing room in that. But Giants cut it close in the 8th, but Brewers bounced back and put up 4 runs, taking advantage of some errors by the Giants in that. So Brewers taking 2 games so far in this 4-game series. Jake Bauers hitting another home run, his 10th of the season. Frelick collecting a couple of hits. Mitchell collecting a couple of hits. Yelly collecting a couple of hits and a couple RBIs. Every 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Top 7 batters all getting in on the hit category. Contreras and Bauers, 1 apiece. Everybody else had double-digit hits. 12 total hits for the Brewers last night, and they all came from the top 7 hitters in that lineup. So Brewers 37-21, 16 games above 500 right now. And still a little bit of an unknown on who's going to be starting tonight here for the Crew, but it sounds like it'll be a call-up and such. So we'll keep you posted if anything does become officially official later on this morning. So, but plenty of Brewers chat coming your way here this morning. We'll recap last night's W and take a look ahead to Game 3 tonight as the Brewers will try to at least get a series win with a win tonight. So what else do we have on the docket here this morning? We'll continue our top 250 countdown as we are counting down the top 250 sports moments, players, coaches, games, all that stuff in America's history. So we've gotten through 20 of them. We'll do another 10 coming up a little bit later on this morning. Also, it's been pretty quiet surrounding Giannis so far, hasn't it? Just a little bit. We are 3 weeks away from today. 3 weeks from today is the NBA draft. So the fact that there's really no, we've had like stuff thrown out there. I know there's like a social media rumor now that apparently the only team that Giannis is willing to sign an extension with if he's traded is the Miami Heat. So, again, I don't know how much that all is on the up and up in that, but, we're 3 weeks away from that pseudo deadline. But the fact that it's been fairly quiet, I know we got the NBA Finals that's going to be starting tonight in that, but maybe bode well for the Pack. Or not for the Pack, for the Bucks. So we'll go through some of the latest and chat a little hoops, and maybe no news is good news in this situation. Speaking of the Packers OTAs yesterday, Josh Jacobs did practice with the team yesterday, so nothing really in terms of any updates regarding his legal situation and such. But little bit of a difference. Again, this is OTA practices. I mean, beginning of June, I don't want to really deep dive into a lot of this stuff. However, the one thing that I kind of watch and maybe pay attention to a little bit is what's the first team, second team, kind of getting some first impressions from that. And yesterday, apparently, a little bit of a different look at the offensive line. Spit it out, Dan. It was a long night last night, so I apologize. Baseball. Rookie fifth rounder, Burton. We talked a little bit about Burton yesterday. Part of a bold prediction from Connor Orr in Sports Illustrated that he was going to be the highest rated offensive lineman, fifth round pick, but he was with the number one offensive line yesterday at practice where Anthony Belton kicked out to right tackle. Now, obviously, Zach Tom is still rehabbing and such, but maybe something to kind of keep an eye on. And on defense, another rookie, Chris McClellan, was with the first group at defensive tackle next to Javon Hargrave. That was according to our friend Rob Demoski. Not a great day for Trey Smack, the rookie kicker. Went 5 of 9. Good learning session, though, because apparently it was a strong crosswind in that. But we'll go through some of the other stuff that Matt LaFleur chatted with at the media, and Jordan Love chatted a little bit with the media, too. So first time a lot of the media peeps got a chance to talk to some of the players, especially with the Josh Jacobs stuff, too. So we'll hit that up. I do want to play a little what if, and I want to throw a couple of them out there for your consideration right now at this point in time. Okay, so you're hearing a national narrative, talking points, idea that's being thrown out there for the Brewers, that Tarek Skubal, that the Brewers should make a play for Tarek Skubal. It's kind of getting thrown out there a little bit more. So let me just throw this out to you. Get your magic 8 balls, your crystal balls out, and see the future. What if the Brewers do trade for Tarek Skubal? What happens? Do you think that's the move that's going to get them past the Dodgers, past the Braves? Obviously, health, injuries, they're all going to factor into it. But look at this team right now. Okay, Jacob Mizorowski, Kyle Harrison, Brandon Woodruff, let's assume is going to be back too. You add in a Tarek Skubal. Is that move enough? What if that happens? Is that move enough to get the Brewers to a World Series? Or is it not? Is it not enough? Are they still going to come up short because maybe in your what-if crystal ball, they need another power bat? What if the Packers do trade for Josh Sweat? What happens? Make your predictions. Let's just have a little fun with this, okay? Just play a little what if with me this morning. So I will do that. Wild Card Wednesday. So usually we kind of do like a takeover Thursday, but I'm doing some adjusting. It's summer. We're kind of doing some reevaluating and different things. So a Wild Card Wednesday. You got a random sports topic that you want to throw out there? I want to hear it, okay? Let's get a good conversation going. Let's have a fun conversation. Wild Card Wednesday. Anything's on the table, sports related. If you think it's a good one, you think it's something that we should discuss and throw it out for the rest of the listeners to discuss, I'm game. Send it. All right? Hit me up on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912, or you can join in on the Section 105 chat room. Also, inside the Hobby Day, so Ty from Slab Factory will be joining us around 8 o'clock this morning. So, lots to get to here on a Wednesday morning. So let's pitter-patter. Let's get at her, shall we? Let's take our first break, and we'll get the leadoff going. Let's talk a little Brew Crew. Let's talk some Brewers. Kyle Harrison, impressive again, 12 Ks against his former team. The man just continues to go out there and stack awesome awesome games. And it was another fantastic, solid outing from him last night. We'll recap that one and look ahead to Game 3, a potential series clinching Game 3 tonight for the Brewers. So we'll get to that. Lots of Brewer stuff. So let's get things going. We'll take our first break, and then the leadoff coming up after these few words. Sunshine road trips, summer adventures, hey, they are calling. But the question is your vehicle ready to go? At AJM Automotive in Eau Claire, they'll make sure that you hit the road with confidence, from AC checks and oil changes to brakes, and full inspections, AGM Automotive has you covered before the heat kicks in. With 2 convenient Eau Claire locations, expert service is always just around the corner. Don't let car troubles slow down your summer plans. Schedule your appointment today by visiting ajmautomotiveservices.com. AGM Automotive, keeping you cool, safe, and road trip ready all summer long. Lead off, we got to give the honor again to the Brew Crew. By the way, the Express winning last night, too, on the roads against Madison. So 10-8 victory for the Eau Claire Express. They'll be back at home at Carson Park tonight to take on the Madison Mallards before the Express are on the road for 6 games. So if you want to take in an Express game, better get to the ballpark tonight, 6:35 first pitch, because, well, next one will be a week from today. So make sure you get on down to Carson Park. Congrats to, I know we had prep baseball, prep softball, and a lot of playoffs going on last night. I know softball-wise, we're just a win away for a lot of local teams that potentially could be advancing to states. I mean, those teams include Chippewa Falls, Marshfield, Baldwin-Woodville taking on my Medford, McDonald Catholic, Blair Taylor, Marathon going a little east. So a lot of really good local listening area teams still alive in the prep softball world too, just a game away from advancing to state. But Brewers last night, another win for the Brew Crew, 8-3 victory over the Giants. Jake Bauers' home run in the bottom of the first, his 10th of the season, to give the Crew an early 3-0 lead, and really never looked back. Giants made things interesting in the 8th by cutting it to a 4-3 lead, but Brewers putting up 4 in the bottom of that inning, taking advantage of some miscues and some soft hits, or some, just playing Brewers ball, really putting pressure on the defense and making the Giants play some defense. And Brewers took advantage of that and able to put up 4 runs in that bottom of the 8th to really kind of shut the door on the game. Brewers collecting 12 total hits. The top 7 batters, that all 12 hits came from them. You had Renifo going hitless, but Hamilton also going hitless, but he did get a walk. So every Brewers player was on base besides Luis Renifo. Frela collected a couple hits. Mitchell collected a couple hits. You had Terang with a couple of hits, Cheerio and Yelich as well. Sure seems like Brewers are kind of rolling now with Yelich lead off, Cheerio 2, Terang 3, Contreras 4. Seems like, for the most part this season, Pat Murphy has thrown out a kind of a different lineup card. I know that was kind of the running narrative. I think it reached 50, 51 different variations of that lineup card. But maybe kind of settling, at least for now, that top 4 of Yelich, Cheerio, Terang, and Contreras is your top 4 hitters. And, I mean, for the most part, it's working, right? Why mess with something that's working? And that's what it seems like it's doing. Your top 3 hitters last night, 6 of the 12 hits. I mean, and really, when you look at it, I like it. There's not really a whole lot to pinpoint. Is Yelich kind of I think Yelich is a sneaky leadoff hitter type, because you may not view him as a typical type of leadoff hitter, but I mean, get the party started right away. Cheerio hitting behind him, Terang and Contreras, whatever variation of that is with those 4 hitters, you should be able to collect some hits and you should be able to collect some runs. And the way that Bauers has been playing so far this year, I mean, heck, Jake Bauers is making some national talk shows too. I saw MLB Network was talking about Jake Bauers' season so far, and I know he's been a little bit more quiet as of late in his last 24 at-bats, only hitting 208s with a 380 or 367 on base. But, I mean, hitting another home run last night. He's up to 10 on the season. He's been their dude this year. And when you kind of look at what, kind comparing the years and such from last year to this year. Last year in 86 games, he had 7 home runs. This year in 51 games, he's got 10 home runs. He's already pretty much matched his ABs from last year. Last year, he had 183 at-bats. He's at 182. His career high for home runs in a season is 12. He did that 3 times in his career. 2019 with Cleveland, 2023 with the Yankees, 2024 with the Brewers, but it sure seems like he's going to set that mark and break that mark. But overall, from the offense, Frelick too. He's my guy. He's my guy. But for the most part, majority part of this season, he's been struggling from the plate. But good to see him now. Couple games, back-to-back games where he's collected 2 hits apiece. Stack those games. Stack that success. Build upon that. Get better at that because we need Frelick. If he can be that guy at the bottom of the lineup, that's going to get you a couple hits and be a big boost for this offense too. But Kyle Harrison, man, I mean, what else? He's kind of like Jacob Mizorowski. What else can we say about Kyle Harrison at this point? 7-1 on the season. Goes 5 2/3 last night. 4 hits, 1 earned run, 2 walks, but matches a career high 12 strikeouts. Did give up a home run, but 12 Ks for Kyle Harrison. He is up to 73 strikeouts on the season. And this is, I was excited, curious about Kyle Harrison this year. I was kind of maybe buying a little bit into the hype, but even this is surpassing my expectations that I had for Kyle Harrison. And he is on a 4-game winning streak at this point in time. Yeah, 4-game winning streak. The lone loss on his resume, you got to go back to April 11th. That was against Washington when he went 4 1/3 and he gave up 2 earned runs in that game. That's it. Kyle Harrison, the most runs that he has been charged with, most earned runs that Kyle Harrison has given up this year's 2 in a game. That's it. 2. It's 1, 2, 2, 1, 0, 1, 2, 0, 0, 0, 1. You want to talk about a dude who's putting your team in a position to win, to get that W? That's Kyle Harrison, man. And with a loaded National League pitching staff that is just, I mean, it's unbelievable. He's a guy that's not getting a ton of attention. I mean, you get it because there's a lot of big names, right? There's Sanchez. Heck, there's Ohtani. Mizorowski, his teammates. Chris Sale. Chase Burns. But Kyle Harrison, man, what he's doing isn't something that should be ignored. It's something that should be kind of talked a little bit more about. How about this for a number? I love these type of statistics or facts or nuggets between Mizorowski and Kyle Harrison. So far, this is from OPA stats. Mizorowski, a 1.65 ERA. Kyle Harrison, a 1.57 ERA. Mizorowski's 13.69 Ks per 9 innings. Kyle Harrison, 11.46 Ks per 9 innings. Since ERA became official in both leagues in 1913, over 100 years ago, no other, okay, when we're talking about something over 100 years ago, and then you follow it up by saying no other, Brooks, your ears up, no other MLB team has had 2 pitchers with a sub-2 ERA and 11 or more Ks per 9 innings at the end of any day in June or later. Minimum of 10 starts each. Mizorowski, Kyle Harrison. I know last week we talked about, is this the dynamic duo in Major League Baseball right now? Yeah, I think it is. This is the dynamic duo in baseball. Numbers don't lie. Wins, ERAs, Ks, it's all there. If we were to power rank this thing and say, okay, rank the top two duos, starting pitching duos in Major League Baseball, I'm putting Kyle Harrison and Jacob Misiorowski number one. Call me a homer. I don't care. But this is the numbers don't lie in this thing. You want another fun stat too? This was actually from a couple days ago on June 1st, okay? 21-7 record again from Opta Stats. 21-7 record over their last 28 games. 284 pitching strikeouts. Well, you can add 12 now onto that one after Kyle Harrison's performance, and 22-9. 13 home runs allowed. They did give up a home run yesterday. No other Major League Baseball team has had as many wins and strikeouts while allowing as few home runs over a 28-game span. So, this leads into one of my what-if questions that I want to get your input on. What if? Because that's kind of it's a national talking point or being thrown out there by a bunch of national peeps. What if the Brewers maybe surprise a lot of people this year and trade for Tarek Skubal? What if? Is that the move, even with these great pitching numbers? Would that be the move that puts the Brewers over the top and advances to the World Series over teams like the Dodgers and the Braves right now? We'll throw Phillies in there. We'll throw Cubs in there. Cardinals too. Whatever team. Talking just getting to the World Series. Or what if, because I've seen other people say Brewers should not make a move. We got a couple months yet to the trade deadline, but you're starting to hear more talks and such. It's starting to heat up a little bit. And I've seen others say Brewers should not make a move by the deadline, whether it's chemistry, whether it's, hey, they don't need another pitcher when they've already got these guys performing at the level that they're at. But just for a fun conversation, what if? Get your crystal balls out. Get your magic 8 balls, whatever. Look into the future. What if that happens? Have a little fun with this and let me know, all right? We got to take a quick break. Back with plenty more Brewers chat. We'll take a look at Game 3 tonight. Nothing officially official in terms of who's going to be the starting pitcher tonight for the Brewers. Pat Murphy keeping that locked, secret, close to the chest up until they have to announce it. But he did give a hint that it's going to be a transaction type, which probably a call-up right for tonight's game. So, any guesses? A lot of people would say it's Robert Gasser, but that would have to be from what my understanding, I could be off on this, but from my understanding, from what I had read and saw it, for him to come back up, it would have to be an injury move. So somebody maybe that, how many times in baseball have we seen, oh, that guy's going to the injured list? Haven't heard anything about that before. What injury popped up? Or maybe it's somebody else. But we'll preview Game 3 coming up after these few words. Live music, happy hours on the patio at the VFW Post 305 every summer Saturday from 3 to 6 p.m. Bring your camera, take in the view, watch their resident Raptors do a little hunting and fishing, grab a beverage and enjoy some great music, great live music performed by their talented local musicians. VFW Post 305 will be featuring food and drink specials, and of course, the four-legged friends are always welcome. So if you're looking for somewhere to hang out on a Saturday afternoon because the weather is gorgeous in Wisconsin, but you're not sure where to go and you want to hang out with the pup too, head on over to the VFW Post 305 every Saturday. Weather dependent, obviously, too. So, and don't forget the special Father's Day buffet Sunday, June 21st from 7 a.m. to noon. And leading up to that day, enter to win a Father's Day basket with every breakfast purchase between now and June 21st at the VFW Post 305. C-Bomb chiming in. I'm going to try to decipher this talk to text here. But he says, Scooble would put the Brewers in front for the NL favorites, in my opinion, but we would have to give up so much of the farm system that has helped us be who we are today. Would you give up, I'm assuming you mean here, would you give up Mate, Pratt, and Andrew Fisher for Scooble? I have a feeling that's what it would take, or two of those with the pitching prospect. The way, Pratt, I don't think they are because they locked him up, but I could be wrong. Mate's untouchable. And right now, with the way Fisher is playing for the Timber Rattlers and the power that he's displaying, no, I don't want Fisher either. If it's those guys, no thank you. But, okay, to kind of feed off of that, and was it Ken Rosenthal that we referenced his piece last week? Do the Brewers, though, at some point have to be willing to trade some of their prospects to maybe, have that type of move, to go for that type of move? Because if it were to happen, which I don't think it is, I don't see that happening. But if it were, I think maybe not every, because there's always going to be a couple, but high 90s, 90% chance that Brewers fans will be stoked and pumped and excited. I just, with so much uncertainty surrounding future labor stuff and that, this is going to be a weird trade deadline, I feel. Just in my opinion. But tonight's game, Brewers are going to be going up against Logan Webb. Yeah, you know Logan Webb. We've heard of Logan Webb. Logan Webb so far this year, though, 2-4 with a 4.82 ERA. His last game against Colorado, he went 4 1/3 and a no decision, 3 hits, 1 earned run, and 5 strikeouts. He's been dealing with some injuries, such only 2 games in the month of May so far. So in that month of May, I shouldn't say so far, May is over with, but May 5th, May 29th, 0-1 with a 7.56 ERA. Back in April, when he pitched in 5 games, he was 1-2 with a 3.27 ERA. Looking at the experience from the Brewers hitters, I mean, yeah, there's guys with a few games worth of experience. Not great numbers against Logan Webb. And a lot of hitters, a lot of players probably are in the same boat. Yelich, 13 career at-bats, 154 with a 421 OPS. Terang, though, in 9 career at-bats is hitting 444 with a 1.11 OPS. Vaughn has a couple RBIs against him in 7 career at-bats, but just a 143 and a 411 OPS. Rengifo, 6 career at-bats, 167. Frelick, 8 career at-bats, 250. Contreras, 7 career at-bats, 143. And then Jackson Chorio with a home run against him, but in 6 career at-bats, 167. Does have an 834 OPS. And again, obviously, we don't have a official starter named for the Brewers tonight. But Pat Murphy kind of hinting it's going to be a transaction type of move, maybe calling up somebody for tonight's game. Who that's going to be, I guess it could be anybody's guess at this point in time. Who's it going to be? Any guesses? Any thoughts? Really quick, too, Luis Pena. So he had just returned. Remember, it was in April, fainting, passing out in the dugout, and he missed quite a bit of time. Missed, I think it was about a month. But he ended up leaving the game yesterday because of illness. He had to be helped off from his position to the dugout during the game last night. Now, Pena is the Brewers' number 2 prospect and 18th overall in Major League Baseball's pipeline. So there's got to be some concern about, his health right now. After, just coming back after missing a month after fainting in the dugout on April 22nd. And the Brewers believe that the episode was caused by dehydration. But he went through several weeks of medical tests to rule out cardiac or a neurological problem before clearing him to resume baseball activities. Something to maybe kind of watch. I mean, you could go to Brewers.com and you can see the video where, he's kind of being helped off the field from his position. And there's got to be at least a decent level of concern, a high level of concern, given what happened in April and in this. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, but man, you hate to see that too. First pitch for tonight's game, 6:40 again. You can listen to it on the radio dials of 105.1 FM, 790 AM. 6:05 is when coverage will begin. Brewers win tonight, they will secure at least a series win and potentially go for a 4-game sweep coming your way tomorrow. But just kind of looking at where things are at, rest of the NL Central. You had the Cubbies falling to the Athletics, Cardinals falling, which means the Pirates now are in second place in the NL Central. 5.5 games behind the Brewers. So a little bit of a switch. Cardinals, Cubs, 6.5 games behind the Cardinals in the NL Central. The Reds, 7 games. But a little bit of a flip-flop here. Pittsburgh is on a 4-game winning streak. They're 7-3 in their last 10, same as the Brew Crew here. But Cardinals, Cubs, 3-7 in their last 10 games. Brewers are now moved up their run differential to plus 93. Third best in the National League and tied for third best in Major League Baseball with the Yankees. So for a team that's dead last in home runs, they're tied for the third best run differential in Major League Baseball. The only 2 teams higher than them, the Dodgers at a plus 127 and the Atlanta Braves at a plus 110. All right, we'll take our final break before we close up the first hour. We'll kick off the second hour, continuing our top 250 countdown. So we'll take a break, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Summer is here, and that means it is time to hit the road in something that you love. And at Toyson Ford, you will find a great selection of new and pre-owned vehicles ready for every adventure. Okay. Excuse me, had to sneeze there. Oh, man. At Toyson Ford, you will find a great selection of new and pre-owned vehicles ready for every adventure. Looking for power, comfort, reliability? Hey, they've got it, all backed by a team that's committed to making your car buying experience easy and stress-free. So whether it's a weekend getaway or your daily drive, make sure that you are riding in style this summer. Toyson Ford in Chippewa Falls, where your next journey begins. So we just have a few minutes left to the top of the hour here, but starting off next hour, we'll continue our countdown of the top 250 most influential, famous things in sports. Like, you can't tell the history of sports in America without these 250 items, people, games, all that sort of stuff. So we've done leagues, we've done some players, and we're going to talk about some coaches now too, because you got to have coaches in there, right? But definitely going to be a lot more athletes. Definitely going to be a lot of games and teams. We got 250 of these, right? So we got 230 to go. We'll do 10 more coming up just past 7. We got 220 then after that. So try to do math there. But also around 8 o'clock, we'll catch up with Ty from Slab Factory for our Inside the Hobby on this Wednesday. It's a Wild Card Wednesday, so if you've got a topic that you'd like to throw out there, come on, I'm an open book. Sports related, throw it out. If it's appropriate and you want to discuss it, or you want to throw it out for the rest of our armchair MVPs to discuss, send it on over. Send it on over. All right. Well, I'll put up the question, the video stream question here soon too. So that's that way you still have a chance to potentially win. Remember, we're doing something new every day, daily question, trivia question on our video stream. And I'm not going to tell you the question on air, so you got to watch the video stream and then comment with the answer in the comments, and then we'll give away some weekly prizes with that too. So, but I'll do that probably coming up in the next hour or so. But make sure you're watching on the video stream so you can chime in with your answer. So, what do we got here? Mike says, Scuba would definitely solidify the Brewers at starting pitching staff, but who cares if you lose 4-0 or 1-0 to the Dodgers in the playoffs? They were missing that clutch bat last year, and it feels more of the same this year so far. To get Scuba or a bat, you would have to give something up, but I trust the crew to make the right decision. Love watching the tear that they are on. Love these conversations because it states that you are in the top tier. Go Crew, baseball is king. Yeah, Scooble's the easy one to talk about because he's a big name out there. The Tigers, obviously not playing at a high level. Scooble is hurt right now. He is expected to be back, but with that contract, he seems to be a easy trade target for a lot of contending teams. So, this has been a national kind of topic out there that I think started off more so last week. Should the Brewers make a CC Sabathia type of play for Tarek Skubal? Or do they need that power bat? Or do they do both? I think if they did both, Brewers fans would just be ecstatic and stoked and pumped, maybe at the same level of 18 when they acquired both Lorenzo Cain and Christian Yelich. I don't even know who that bat would be right now at this point. I couldn't tell you. Maybe it's just simply as a call-up or two with Jet Williams and Cooper Pratt. But it's fun to dream, right? That's why we do a little what-if. That's exactly what we do with our man cave conversations, or if you're hanging out at the pub with your friends, you do what if. You're sitting with your buddies and you're saying, what if this were to happen? But all right, we got a couple minutes left. Good morning, Morgs.
Nice Bass Pro Shops hat, Kasper.
Thank you.
Have you been out yet fishing?
No.
Oh, you going to make it out?
I better.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
Wednesday wild card. You got to pick a number between 1 and 25. Pick a number and we'll spring a question on you. You can share with the class.
We'll do 23.
What's the most expensive mistake you've ever made?
Ooh. Probably buying slow pitch softball bats.
Oh, bats. What is it with bats,
Yeah.
man? As you first get into it, it's a little bit of sticker shock. Like, why exactly?
Yeah.
I mean, do you actually know?
I mean, it's barrel size, it's sweet spots. I mean, it's a lot of that different stuff. That
So,
goes into
but
it.
the
So,
actual materials
weighted,
can't
all
be that much. So it's the process then that goes into making them?
balanced, weighted, and loaded, all that stuff. So,
Okay. What book are you currently reading?
I've honestly been trying to find a book right now. So I'm on the hunt.
Okay.
Nothing's really piquing my interest, but I have been trying to find one. So.
I have a couple recommendations for you. I'll throw your way. What is a message that failure taught you that success could not?
Oh, come on! Why the deep stuff?
It's not got to be that deep, you know?
It does. That's a question I got to think about. What failures taught me more than success?
Yeah, like what's a failure that you actually learned more from than if you would have succeeded?
I mean, there's probably a lot of sports stuff out there that I'm just not thinking of, like losses in games and such.
Yeah.
So
What do you think was the most impactful loss? I mean, we're coming off a loss last night. Boyceville lost to Grantsburg, 7-0, but it was nice to be played a team you never played before. I mean, I've never been to Grantsburg, so the drive up there, I was like, all right, 2 hours. We can see some Northwoods. Finding the silver lining, and the girls made school history, getting further than they had before. What loss hits you? Because I mean, there were tears. It was a cry ride home.
I think the losses that really hit you are the finalities that come really quick.
Seniors on the team.
That
Was tears last night. I mean, we had seniors on the team that was their last game.
Yeah.
In this era, you know.
You don't expect it. It's there, but you don't really think about it, and then all of a sudden, it's like, oh crap.
Do you have that game for you that sticks out as the?
Yeah, probably
hard
like
hitter?
some basketball ones. So
Yeah. What grade?
oh gosh, that probably honestly, it's like probably every grade
Do you
because
think?
it's just
Do you think basketball is the most emotional sport?
No, I think it's different for everybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
all right,
Allow it.
thanks, Morgs.
Anytime.
All right, we are back. Second hour kicking off right now on this Wednesday morning. We are making the turn on this Wednesday morning. Thanks for hanging out with us, no matter where you are listening to us from or how you're listening to us from. If it's on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also online at our website, sportstalk1051.com. You've got your Alexa devices, your smart speakers. Video stream also up and rolling here too. So we're going to talk with Ty from Slab Factory. I had to return a message there. Ty from Slab Factory coming up here in about an hour for our Inside the Hobby segment. So we'll get to that. Excited to catch up with Ty because this will be the first time since, well, he sold that Tom Brady card. So we'll get his thoughts and reaction from that. And then it is a Wild Card Wednesday. So if you have a topic in mind that you would like to throw out to the peeps, to the listeners, to us, send it on over. Shoe Doctor's bullpen line is there at 715-830-1912, or you can join in on the Section 105 chat. It is also we're doing a little what if. What if the Brewers? Just having fun with this, okay? Because it's almost every day now that I've seen a national talking head or program or whatever throw out, Brewers should go get Tarek Skubal. All right, so get your crystal balls out and just, let's say what if. What if the Brewers did it? What if they actually did it? Is that enough to get past the Dodgers, to get past the Braves in the National League and get to the World Series? Obviously, there's a lot of other circumstances at play. We know this. But come on, this is just a fun conversation. We don't need to be too serious about it. This is like, what if? Is that enough? You're talking Miz. You're talking Harrison. You're talking about Skubal as your top three. Throw a little Brandon Woodruff there at a four-man rotation. Huh? Yeah? Sure. Is it the biggest need for the Brewers? Maybe not. Maybe so for some. But okay, let's just use the Skubal one. Be a lot of fun, wouldn't it? So hit me up with your crystal ball predictions. What if that were to happen? All right, let's continue our countdown. I sounded like Casey Kasem there. The countdown continues. Our countdown. Top 250 sports moments, games, people, athletes, coaches in America in the last 250 years. We began this countdown earlier this week because it just works out every weekday. We do 10, and it ends on July 3rd, right before America turns 250 years old. So, with first one we did, oh no, really quick, I'm sorry. Sorry, Bears fans. You just got jinxed. Caleb Williams is on the Madden cover. So, there you have it. Madden jinx. Boom. Boom, boom. All right, back to it. So, the first one we did was we just did 10 leagues. I think you got to start off by talking about the leagues. The NFL, MLB. A lot of the sports, we're not talking about it if it's not for the league. So that's kind of the basis here. We highlighted 10. There's going to be a lot more, but we did 10 athletes yesterday. And there's going to be a lot more, like I said. So just kind of trickling in some different ones. Let's do coaches for today. Okay? Let's kind of mix it up. So there's going to be a lot of other coaches probably in this thing here too. But these are the 10. So I've got like multiple sheets. If you're watching the video stream, these are just a few of the sheets, front and back. All right, I broke it up in 10s, so it's easy for me to go through each day in that. But let's do some coaches. So again, the basis of this is you can't tell the history of sports in America without mentioning these individuals, or when we get to games or teams or something like that. In this case, it's coaches. You cannot. Now, these aren't the only coaches. So when I go through these 10 that I'm going to hear, and before anybody's like, how could you not have this person or that person? Just wait till the end, okay? So these are, let's just call the first 10. And I'm not ranking them because that's impossible. But come on, we got to go. We're in Wisconsin, right? Vince Lombardi. The Vince Lombardi Trophy. when you talk about the history of football, when you talk about the history of sports, Vince Lombardi is in the conversation. And in fact, I mean, not just because of the wins, not just because of the championships. We could have a whole show dedicated to the impact that Lombardi had on the game of football, sports culture, outside of football, real world stuff. But when you talk about somebody who is in the conversation as maybe the greatest football coach of all time, he's easily got to be in a top 250 countdown when it's about the biggest sports moments or people in America's sports history. Everybody knows who Vince Lombardi is. Every football fan knows who Vince Lombardi is. We as Packers fans are really lucky that he was the head coach of Green Bay because we get to claim him, right? The trophy bears his name. You go to Lambeau Field and there's a big old statue of him out there. We get to claim that because we're Packers fans. But, I mean, Vince Lombardi is easily on this list. Staying with a little bit of a football run here, I mean, you got to throw Don Shula into this too. You're talking about if the NFL is king, if the NFL is, the most popular sports, however you want, the most wins. Okay, Don Shula did it for a long, long, long time. Baltimore, obviously Miami, a lot of us probably remember him more so from Miami and such, but most wins all time in the NFL. Maybe an Andy Reid could catch him depending on how long Andy Reid is going to continue to coach in that. But, I mean, Don Shula's top 5, top 10 coach of all time in NFL history. And when you have the record for the most wins, yeah, you can't tell the story. You can't tell the history of the NFL without Don Shula in it. So Don Shula is going to be in there. Bill Belichick, come on. All right, Bill Belichick's an easy one. Super Bowl championships. Debatable practices and trying to find certain advantages and edges to win the ball game, and I think that's kind of putting it politely. But again, if we use the narrative, you can't tell the history of this sports or this game without this individual. He belongs there. Bill Belichick. It's between Bill Belichick and Vince Lombardi for people when you throw out there, who is the greatest NFL coach of all time? Who's the greatest NFL coach of all time? A majority is going to go between Vince Lombardi, Bill Belichick. There's going to be others that'll throw maybe a couple other people out there, or other couple, maybe Shula's involved in there too, maybe a Bill Walsh who's involved in that. But the majority is going to be between Lombardi and Bill Belichick. And one more NFL person for this particular portion of the countdown. Mentioned the Bears a little bit earlier. George Halas. You got to throw George Halas in there. I mean, iconic, legendary coach, player, and yes, there's going to be another Packer person coming into this thing here soon. So, but I got to go with George Halas. I mean, one of the bigger, kind of, if almost like a founding father of football, if you will. So, do got to give a little bit of a nod to George Halas, Chicago Bears. I mean, from coach, owner, player, very similar to Lambeau, which I can tell you right now is probably going to be a little bit later on in our countdown here too. So, got to put George Halas on there. Going to the college ranks, Nick Saban. I mean, is he the greatest college football coach of all time? For a lot of people, yes. Not for everybody, but yes, for a lot of people, he is the greatest college football coach of all time. And it's hard when you look at, his numbers. It's hard not to make that case. I mean, you look at it, he's got an overall college record of 292 wins, 71 losses, and 1 tie. He's got 7 national championships. It's hard not to say that he isn't the greatest college football coach of all time. Stops at Michigan State. LSU, he won a national championship. A lot of people will remember him mostly, more so for his time at Alabama and that run from 2007 to 2023. 19 wins in bowl games. Yeah, if he ain't won, he's easily top 3 in my opinion, but I'd probably put him at number 1 as the greatest college football coach of all time. When you talk about college football and you talk about the history of college football, Nick Saban's on there. You got to put him on there. And the other person that, when you talk about college football and kind of the history of college football, go back to Alabama and Paul Bear Bryant. I mean, when you talk about some of the old school coaches and some of the all-time greats, this is a guy who has 323 wins, 85 losses, 17 ties, 6 national championships, all at Alabama. Was a national champion as a player, too. But Paul Bear Bryant, even for casual football fans, casual college football fans, you know the name. You know the name of Paul Bear Bryant. Fun fact, he was the, quote, other end on that Alabama team that featured some guy named Don Hudson. So I'm just throwing that out there, too. But he's on that short list of figureheads. If you were to create a Mount Rushmore of college football, is he on there? Has a pretty darn good chance. He's one of those guys that's just attached in history and lore and legendary status in college football. Again, you can't tell the history of college football. You can't tell the history of sports without Paul Bear Bryant. College basketball, I mean, there's a few names on this list here, and they probably aren't going to be big surprises. You got to start with going to UCLA and John Wooden and just the coaching career that he had at UCLA. I mean, you want to talk about a dominant run as a college basketball coach. 664 wins. 10-time NCAA tournament champion. 12 Final Fours. I don't think we are ever going to see a coach in college basketball get close to matching what John Wooden did at UCLA and getting 10 championships. And yes, I've seen the naysayers, the people out there saying, well, look at the era that wouldn't fly in today's era. Nobody's going to get that in today's era. You know what though? I've said it before. I'm now one person that I don't like to compare players, or in this case coaches, from one era to another, because you gotta put them in perspective in the era that they were in. And what John Wooden did and the era that he coached was just absolutely dominating as a head coach with those UCLA teams. 10 national championships. 10. 64, 65, 67 through 73. That run alone, we're never, ever, ever, ever going to see. And then one more in 75. It's not going to happen. He is on the Mount Rushmore of college basketball coaches. And for many people, number one. The other person that may be number one, if it's not John Wooden, is our next one. That's Coach K, Mike Krzyzewski. Again, when I think of college basketball coaches These are going to be the four names, because I got two more after Coach K. These are the four names that I personally think of right away. If we do our Mount Rushmore of college basketball coaches, these are going to be the names that pop out to me right away. But Mike Krzyzewski, you're talking about 1,200 wins, a little over 1,200 wins, 1,202 to be exact, 368 losses, five national championships. That Duke era, he made Duke basketball a brand. Okay, we talk a lot about these players or teams and such, and like when we talked about Jordan and we talked about some other players and how they've made a brand. Coach K made Duke basketball a brand. Whether you are either a Duke fan or you hate Duke, I don't think there's really any middle ground between the two. You are either a Dookie or you are a non-Dookie. There's no in the middle. They are a team. They are a university, a program that, when even if you don't have a team in the ACC in that league, you're just like, no, I can't stand Duke. How many of us? Raise your hand. I'm raising my hand. There's a lot of people in Duke like, I just, no. I don't want to, I'm not a Duke fan. I can't stand Duke. I can't. We all are probably thinking of some players, whether it's Christian Laettner or Greg Paulus that played for Duke, Grayson Allen. You're like, but he made it a brand. And he won a lot. He won a lot as a head coach. I mean, he has set the bar so incredibly high in college basketball. If John Wooden isn't one, Coach K is probably two. Kind of in the same breath in terms of maybe making it a brand in that, I got to go Dean Smith at North Carolina. I think it kind of catches some people by surprise. It does to me here too. Just two national, I hate to say just two, but two national championships. Went to 11 Final Fours. But when you think about North Carolina basketball, there's two names that pop up when you think about North Carolina basketball. That's Michael Jordan and it's Dean Smith. Again, you want to talk about brands. North Carolina is a premium brand when it comes to college basketball. We talk about the Blue Bloods. College basketball, college football, each of those have those programs are like, when you think about college basketball, you think about Duke, you think about North Carolina, you think about Kentucky, you think about Kansas, you think about UConn. College football, you think about Ohio State, you think about Michigan, you think about Alabama, Georgia, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. North Carolina. You think about North Carolina. Dean Smith, I think, had a big hand in making that a brand program. Yes, had help along the way with a guy named Jordan, had some talented players over the years too, but he was a very accomplished coach. 879 wins, 254 losses for a 7.76 win percentage. When I think college basketball, I think Dean Smith too. And our last one here, and again, we've got a lot more coaches, so don't say, well, how did you miss this person? How did you miss that? I've got plenty more to get to here in our other ones. But Bobby Knight, again, if you're talking about college basketball and you're talking about the history of college basketball, Bobby Knight's got to be involved in that conversation. If you're writing a history book about college basketball, there's a chapter on Bobby Knight in Indiana basketball. A lot of wins, a lot of antics on the courts, a lot of hot-headedness, no doubt about it. But you also have 3 championships at Indiana and a lot of video clips and a lot of audio clips that will I mean, you talk about Bobby Knight, and he's got quite the legendary career, a lot of good stuff, a lot of bad stuff too. You know, when you tell the story about Bobby Knight and you talk about the good, you got to talk about the bad. Hot-headedness, throwing chairs, all that stuff. That's all a part of it. But it boils down to, when you think about college basketball, I think about Indiana and I think about Bobby Knight. When you think about college basketball coaches at the Division I level, Bobby Knight's there. Whether you think he's a top coach or not, maybe some people don't because of his antics, and that's fine. That's your choice. That's your opinion. That is perfectly fine. And I'm not necessarily with this countdown picking people because they were just the best of the best or the GOATs and all that. I keep going back to this and I keep harping this. You can't talk about college basketball without having a chapter on Bobby Knight. Whether it's the good stuff or the bad stuff. And the good stuff is that he won 3 national championships. But the bad stuff is also part of his legacy. That kind of made college basketball a very popular entity and a popular sport out there. So those are the first group of 10 coaches. Again, not ranking them because I don't want to get into that, like saying, well, this coach is better than this coach. How do you compare that? How do you quantify that in different leagues and in different eras in this? So I'm not ranking them, but this is just the first group of coaches out there. So we've got 10 leagues. We did our first 10 athletes, and we've done our first 10 coaches. We'll try to get to maybe tomorrow we'll throw in some iconic games, memorable games that if you're going to tell the history of sports in America, it's those games. Or plays, too. I got a category on plays, right? When we think about certain plays in sports history, you think about maybe the Leitner jump shot, was a 92 against Kentucky. It's Tigers chip in 05. Maybe I'm just throwing out random plays that just popped into my head. You know, it's Bart Starr's sneak in the Ice Bowl. Got to throw plays in there, too, when you talk about the history of sports in America in the last 250 years. As always, each of these, if you miss any of them, they are available in episodes of the Man Cave Podcast. So don't forget to follow and subscribe to the Man Cave Podcast. And if you could be a dear good friend, like on Apple and Spotify, if you could leave a positive review. I don't care if you leave like a recipe or whatever. Just say something nice on there. It helps the algorithms. It really does. You may not think it does. It does. It helps spread the word and get the podcast out there more. 5-star rating and like a positive review. So, all right, let's take a quick break. We got some football chat coming up here. We'll be back in just a little bit. Summer is right around the corner, and that means it's time to freshen up your home from the ground up with Carpet City Flooring Center. Whether you're hosting backyard get-togethers, opening the doors to family and friends, or just ready for seasonal refresh, new flooring can completely transform your space. From soft, comfortable carpet to durable luxury vinyl planks, Carpet City Flooring Center has everything you need to bring your vision to life. And it's not just about looks. It's about quality that you could count on and expert guidance every step of the way. Their team is ready to help you find the perfect fit for your style, your needs, and your budget. So before summer officially kicks off, make sure your home is ready to shine. Stop on into Carpet City Flooring Center today and take the first step towards a space that you will love all season long. All right, let's switch gears here a little bit and chat some football, Packers, OTAs, and such. We've got Joe DeGuano joining us here this morning. Good morning, Joe. How are you doing on this fine Wednesday morning?
I'm absolutely outstanding. I am in Michigan on the shores of beautiful Lake Michigan. It is a gorgeous day, and we got OTAs. So, what more can you ask when you get to June, in my opinion, and the Brewers, they're doing their part. They're doing their part, man. They're fun to watch, but it is getting closer to football season. You get the OTAs, then it's just a short jump to training camp, and then we're back in the season, man. So, yeah, I am super pumped up and super excited that we are into June, and football just isn't that far away.
Yesterday, it's another week of OTAs. I don't want to kind of, take too much away from it and such, but we got to see a couple rookies getting in with the first teams and such. So we got the offensive linemen coming in and getting some starting reps. And I had seen Connor Orr from Sports Illustrated even talk about him possibly being maybe the highest ranked Pro Football Focused offensive lineman this year. Do you think that's a possibility? We may see the guy get some starting reps this year?
Yeah, you're talking about Burton, and he was actually with the starting five, interestingly enough, at the guard position. So your starting five, at least again, in team time yesterday, Morgan, Banks, Ryan, Burton, and then Belton playing that right tackle. And so I thought it was really interesting when you look at Burton getting time at that guard position. So, yeah, it would not shock me at all if Burton is that top interior lineman, first off the bench, that type of thing, and maybe even starting at some point. And I think Green Bay likes Belton at that swing tackle position. And so getting some flexibility, getting some guys, again, moving parts of the offensive line, I think is key. And if Burton can step in, I think that would be huge. And when you look at what type of player he is, first of all, he's got a mean streak in him and loves to play sometimes through the whistle. The other thing you look at when you've got Burton is you've got a guy who's athletic. And the way that he was used in college is if they were going to pull the guards, he was at guard. And after a while, when he was playing center, they started pulling the center. And so he's very athletic for a guy his size. And I think Green Bay can do some things in the running game when you're looking at pulling guys and trap plays and that zone read offense from a back standpoint. The other rookie who got starting time yesterday was McClellan, the defensive tackle. And so interestingly, too, I thought was Edge Cooper was the starter at one of the outside backers. And so, again, it's some things you can take away. I mean, you're not necessarily games are not going to be won in June, but there's some takeaways when you see this. And again, Burton with the starters, McClellan with the starters, Coop playing that edge position opposite LVN. So, again, you're starting to see just a little bit more. And again, one of the things too, Dan, that I really appreciate is it looks like to me that Zaire Franklin is going to be that guy that rarely leaves the field. And I think LaFleur did confirm that Zaire Franklin will have the green dot on defense. So that might be one of those under-the-radar trades and moves that Goody made that makes this team successful this year.
What is, I know there's some rumors out there surrounding Josh Sweat and such. What are your thoughts on that, and how high of a price tag would you be willing to go out there and try to acquire him?
I think where there's smoke, there's fire. So I do think there's probably something to it. Sweat playing for Gannon previously. So there is some familiarity there. So, look, I think anytime you can improve your team and you have an opportunity to do so, I think it's important to look at those options. And Green Bay is going to have a nice array of picks next year when you look at the compensatory picks that they're getting. So, for a guy like him, I say it too, thinking that it's going to be, a low two, a low. It's going to be not a high two. So I wouldn't hate it at that point if it were two. I'd much prefer a three though. So if Green Bay can get this deal done with a third round pick, I would do it. A second round pick again, I wouldn't hate it, but that would put Green Bay next year without a first or a second. And so it's again one of those types of situations where I wouldn't hate it. I'd prefer a three though, but I think it makes a lot of sense for Green Bay to look in that direction and build some depth at that outside position.
Do they need to make a counter move because of what the Rams did with Myles Garrett?
A counter move, I don't know. I mean, I think you almost can look at it and say that the Rams are making a counter move to Green Bay's move last year when they went out and got Micah Parsons. And so I don't think you have to. I don't think you're saying, okay, now we got to counterpunch this thing. But it sure would be nice if Green Bay could solidify that position, that edge position. I think at least early on in the season for sure is going to be thin. So I wouldn't hate it at all. But a counterpunch, I don't necessarily see it that you have to make that move. I just see it when you look at this team and you say, what's the one area where they could improve still and find someone and plug him in and be a difference maker. And it is that outside edge position. So, again, yeah, it does kind of look like if Green Bay does make a move that they're making that counterpunch. But you could argue that the Rams made the counterpunch to the Packers move last year. So I think it's one of those things that the timing of it probably speaks to it. So if it does happen, it's going to be looked upon like that. But I think it's just a smart move by Green Bay, regardless of what the Rams did.
So looking forward and such as we get, kind of into, well, we are in June right now. I still, for whatever reason, I think we're still at the end of May here. But, obviously the Josh Jacobs situation is still, kind of hanging out there. And he did practice yesterday. And I don't know if this is a situation where no news is good news, that we haven't heard any updates or anything like that. But has your thoughts maybe kind of changed where from last week that maybe they don't need to go out there as much to get another running back, or where are you at now a week later from that whole situation?
But, my opinion hasn't changed. I think they need to be looking at other options. Again, it was interesting that, he was out there yesterday and it is still a story. And I think that the investigation is going on. I think, I've heard reports that there might be, some video that might be included as far as evidence goes. And so, but I think Green Bay has to be looking at other options. And I don't think this thing is going to go away. I do think that there's something there. I think there's some guilt on Josh Jacobs' side. I don't think he's going to be completely absolved of everything. And so, I think he's guilty of something. I definitely think, based on the evidence we know right now, he's guilty of something. And so I think Green Bay has to protect themselves. I think they have to go out and get someone. And maybe it is a running back by committee, depending on what happens. And so, yeah, I think it's a foregone conclusion in my mind that Green Bay cannot go into this season with potentially Josh Jacobs either A, off the roster, or B, off the team for several games to start the year and go into this season with Chris Brooks and Marshawn Lloyd as your options. And so I think they have to protect themselves. It is key. The running game opens up everything in this offense, the play action pass, et cetera, et cetera. So I still think they make a move at some point to bring a veteran in.
You know, a lot of the players yesterday, too, and I know this was the first time media got to talk to the players, essentially to begin this season and that. But, you know, a lot of people talking about Matthew Golden and making that jump. We talk about it as fans. But are we putting maybe almost too much pressure on Matthew Golden? Are we setting the bar high again this year, his second year? Or do you think it's – because I look at last year, and I don't even think it was necessarily Matthew Golden. I think it was just – the offense that didn't really give him opportunities. Are we putting maybe a little bit of an unfair expectation on Matthew Golden?
No, not when you invest a first-round pick on a player. You expect that player to be a difference maker. And when you look at the measurables of a Matthew Golden, and you look at the small sample size last year, you go back to that Bear playoff game. You know, that touchdown. And even the whole game, if you look at that game, he was really, really becoming an integral part of that offense. So I don't think it's unfair to put those types of expectations on a number one pick. And again, I know he wasn't, you know, a top number one. He was later in the first round, but still a number one pick. And I think Green Bay and Goody, with the moves they made this offseason, by letting Dobbs walk, by trading Wicks, I think they're saying, yeah, we expect bigger things from Matthew Golden, and I think we have every right to expect bigger things from Matthew Golden. So, you know, you look at you've got Kraft and you've got Watson and you've got Reed who signed a new deal, and everyone's got a role now. And I think Matthew Golden's role is going to be integral for this offense. So, no, I don't think it's unrealistic. I don't think it's unfair to have these types of expectations. I have high expectations for him. I think he has expectations for himself. And again, I just don't think you draft someone in the first round and not have expectations that guy is going to be a player. So I see big things coming, and again, I think they're realistic expectations, and I think it's very fair to put that on someone who's a first round pick.
No, never mind. I was gonna ask you to make a prediction, but it's June so far, Joseph. So I won't do that at this point. But you know, okay. So I got to ask with the Rams thing. You know, you look at Myles Garrett, and I don't know about you, but the first thought that came in my mind, and we've seen the Rams do this before, right? It wasn't that long ago when there was Von Miller, Jalen Ramsey, when they got Matthew Stafford and such. But you see the Rams with Myles Garrett with an aging Matthew Stafford. The first thought I had was, man, how many Packers fans are going to say, why didn't Green Bay do that? Or that's what we wanted Green Bay to do when they had Aaron Rodgers and that. Do you think that's a good beef for some Packers fans to throw out there?
I think it's realistic. I think look, you and I have said this before. Packer fans there's always going to be some saltiness to some Packer fans. You can't please everyone, and that's just the nature of the beast. But yeah, I look at back in the day, I went to sleep going into the next day of the draft thinking that Randy Moss was going to be a Green Bay Packer. And so, you know, and they didn't pull the trigger. But sometimes it's the moves that you don't make that are the better moves. And you know, I go way back, you know, Green Bay was in the running for Andre Rison, and Andre Rison signs a big free agent deal with Cleveland. Well, lo and behold, that didn't work out, and Andre Rison ends up coming to the Packers on the cheap and helping them win a Super Bowl. And so, yeah, you could certainly play that game. You could play that game over and over and over again. You know, you should have done something like this with Aaron Rodgers. And you know, you go back, and it seemed to me that all the reports of Khalil Mack coming to Green Bay were legit. And it's just, at that point, everyone thought that the Bears pick was going to be a higher pick than the Packers pick. And so they decided to make that deal with the Bears. And so I think a lot goes behind the scenes on these types of things that we don't know. So to unequivocally say, well, they should have done this and they should have done that, it's really unfair unless you're in 1265, because you don't know if the Packers made a really good offer and they said no. You know, it's again the Josh Sweat situation right now. We're hearing that it might be between Philadelphia and Green Bay as far as who gets him, and right now maybe it is that second or third round pick that Green Bay is going back and forth on. So we don't know the nuances. We could play that game over and over again and say they should have done this, but we just don't know what goes behind closed doors in these types of situations. So, yeah, look, Aaron Rodgers should have won another Super Bowl with Green Bay in 2014. There's no absolute explanation for how they lost that game against Seattle, and so that would have been a second Super Bowl, and that would have actually changed the narrative, I think, for Mike McCarthy and an Aaron Rodgers. So, yeah, it's going to happen. I think it's the nature of the beast as a fan to say, you know, woulda, coulda, shoulda, and it's really easy for us Monday morning quarterbacks to do that. But again, we don't know what's going on behind closed doors at 12:65 to say maybe they did make these offers, maybe they did put their chips on the table. It just didn't work out. And again, I think that's just the nature of the beast, and I think that's why it's fun to be a fan, because we're not on the line. Our jobs are not on the line. We're not at 12:55. We could sit at a bar stool and have these conversations, and it's a fun conversation. But, yeah, I think you're always going to have second-guessers and Monday morning quarterbacks.
Yeah, like, Khalil Mack, your Randy Moss one. Mine was I thought Khalil Mack was going to be – Randall Cobb thought Khalil Mack was going to be a Packer, when he went to bed that night. So, that's Randall Cobb. On the team, they thought that was going to happen. So, but
it's just you just never know. You just never know.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I agree. All right, Joe, appreciate the time as always, sir, and enjoy Michigan, and we'll catch up with you again soon, okay?
All right, Dan. Take care, brother.
You got it. There you go. There's Joe DeGuano joining us here this morning. Let's take a quick break. And, we got to play. We're a little behind, so we got to play a little catch-up. We'll do that. We'll take a quick break and be back in just a few minutes. When it comes to quality meat in Eau Claire, there's one name that locals trust, and that's Mike's Star Market. From hand-cut steaks and fresh ground beef to homemade brats and specialty items, everything is prepared with care and packed with flavor. Planning a cookout or filling the freezer or just looking for something better for dinner tonight, Mike's Star Market has you covered. Stop on in today and taste the difference. Mike's Star Market, your hometown butcher shop right here in Eau Claire. Like I said, we do have to play a little bit of a catch-up, so I will have to take another break before the top of the hour here. But then we're going to talk with Ty from Slab Factory. We've got some good option or good discussion points there. If you are involved in the hobby, PSA stuff that we're going to be talking about with him, some news surrounding that. So. Good conversations, always a good conversation with Ty from Slab Factory, who will be joining us here in just a couple of minutes. And then we'll get back to some more baseball talk as we get set for Game 3 for the Brewers tonight, going up against the Giants. And it looks like we've got our answer on who the Brewers are going to be possibly calling up. It looks like Tyson Harden. Tyson Harden. That's a name that's being floated out there. Is it officially official out there? I'll have to double check. But that's the name that's looks like it could be the case here. So, all right. Again, gotta take a quick break. Went a little long here, but that's okay. We usually do that once in a while, right? So we'll take a quick break and start to wrap up the second hour after these few words. There you go. There's the shot clock. So we got news updates, and then we're going to talk a little inside the hobby. Ty from Slab Factory will be joining us, so stick around. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, here we go. The third hour already kicking off on this Wednesday morning of June 3rd. Thanks for hanging out with us, making us a part of your starts. We're going to talk some more Brewers baseball coming up here as we get set for Game 3. We've also got NBA Finals going on. The Stanley Cup Finals Stanley Cup Final beginning last night. Vegas picking up a 5-4 victory last night. So still lots to get to and talk about here this morning, but it's Wednesday, and I always look forward to these conversations with Ty from the Slab Factory right here in Eau Claire and Madison, should know, in Madison too. So, but okay, let's just get it out of the way right away. This is the first time I talked to you since the auction's over with.
Yeah.
How has life changed for you, Ty, in these last couple of weeks?
Oh yeah, I mean it doesn't, the reality of it is it hasn't changed that much.
Yeah.
It's been kind of fun, excuse me, to see. The final sale price was a little over $300,000.
Mm-hmm.
Never a complaint in the world about that. It's funny to see the reaction of the hobby world being some mixture of someone overpaid like crazy and wow, only that much. Is like, everyone's got their own opinions on what it should have gone for. And, but it's been really fun. And I think I said this last time. I mean, I was looking forward to it being over. I'm glad it's like in the rearview mirror now, because that was a stressful month, but in a good way. It was really fun. And for me, not a lot has changed in what I'm doing. And the reaction from folks at the shop has been really fun, and just enjoying it with them and stuff like that. So yeah,
Awesome. No complaints at all. So, all right, something big in the news that I had seen a couple days ago, and I'm glad that you're in, and you mentioned that you want to talk about it, is PSA is holding off. You said bulk submissions, right now for those cards.
Yeah, so bulk and the value submissions, those are not open right now. And I think they said 4 months, but who knows exactly how long it's going to be. If they get through their backlog quickly, they might open it up sooner, because I know they obviously want to get back to getting that business. But the backlog is somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 million cards from what I've heard, especially when you include the fact that after that was announced, they said until June 2nd, you can still submit at those tiers. And I'm sure everyone and their mother sent a million cards, right? Yep. So I'm sure that backlog grew by at least a couple million over the last week. And so, yeah, they were backed up. The submissions were taking longer and longer. They kept pushing their dates out. They did they upped the number at bulk from like 20 to 50, and they increased the business days. And instead of just continuing to do that, they said, never mind, we're just going to try to catch up. This happened during COVID, actually. And they had much less of an infrastructure back then. But they did announce like a $200 million plan to add staff, to add facilities. I would imagine that they will be operating smoothly within the next couple of months. But it's really been a huge influx of TCG more than anything else, mostly Pokemon and One Piece.
Interesting. So we're talking like millions backlogged, right?
Yes.
Did I see that? It was like 10 million.
10 million.
Yeah. Wow.
So, I think that the reality is that there are other graders out there that you can certainly send your cards into. They don't necessarily have the same, we've talked about this before, they don't necessarily have the same resale value as PSA does, but Beckett recently, revealed their new slab. It looks great, the new label. I personally have already gotten a couple of Beckett cards reslabbed, and they look fantastic. I was going to bring one today, but I accidentally sold it. Oops. And I have another one that is coming that I'll bring another one of these weeks to show on the YouTube. But Beckett is doing a good job with sports. You can still send to SGC for sports. It doesn't have great resale value, but the cost is low and it's a good looking slab. I'll show some examples too. But and then there's also for Pokemon, you've got CGC, you've got Tag, you've got Ace or AGS, excuse me. There's other options out there for you. It's just for us at the shop, we're still sending Pokemon to CGC, but we're not sending sports out anywhere until PSA is done with the backup, unless we can work something out with Beckett, because we just don't have any kind of a shop account with them. They don't do that. So it makes it impossible for us to do it at a decent price point.
So this might be a really dumb question. When it says, no bulk, could an individual still be sent then? Or like, is that, for PSA or?
Yeah.
It's a
price point thing at that point.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like you can still send to PSA at regular or express or super express. Regular is $80 a card before insurance and shipping. So like something like that, you can certainly send higher value stuff in, because it would probably, maybe you'd want it at that express level anyway. But that regular level at $80 used to be like 25 business days. Now it's 50 business days. Express is $150 a card. And that's not coming back to you for 20 to 30 business days. So the backup has added more time and a higher price point for the ones that you can actually send into. So you can still send to PSA, but it's just a little bit more expensive.
Gotcha. All right. So, did I see, not to switch topics
it's
here
okay.
too, but did I see we're getting, or maybe we do have some new releases coming too, like baseball? Was it some new ones coming for Topps? Is that
Yeah.
Topps 2 or factory sets?
Yeah, so like there's Series 2 is coming. I don't remember the release date off the top of my head. I'd have to pull that up, but there's definitely some releases coming right now. I know for a fact that like everyone's kind of like, we're in this weird gap where like Bowman released for baseball and everyone rips Bowman like crazy for a while. In basketball, Sapphire just came out, but that's more of a premium product. You're not going to really see that on the shelves. It was like impossible to get. So Bowman Sapphire. And there's also for basketball, Top Signature Class, which, in my opinion, kind of an underwhelming product. It's fine, but it kind of an underwhelming product. So there's a bit of a gap right now where everyone's just kind of waiting for the next one, right?
Right.
I know that like, Topps just released pictures of the new Cosmic football product that has some really, really sick constellations, super short prints that look amazing. I'm interested to see what they do with that. But I bet I'll have some better, release date type news coming up in the next couple of weeks. Right now, everyone's like fully on the Wembanyama train, so basketball's pretty hot, and I'm sure we'll see something pretty quick.
I've got a bucket list up here, and it looks like a couple maybe release dates today, like Topps Finest in baseball.
Well, Topps Finest.
Because those look sweet. They remind me of the old NBA Finest cards back in the day.
Yes,
so.
Topps Finest is great. The only thing, the reason it didn't pop into my head is because Finest, although actually I did see, so maybe I'm wrong. Topps Finest used to be exclusively hobby. I think this year for the first time there's going to be retail product.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that. But yes, I believe that is correct. So the Topps Finest retail product thing has some people up in arms because this happened with like some NBA products back in the mid 2010s. Like Select basketball used to be a kind of a premium product, for example. Select was like a really cool Panini premium product. And then they started adding retail to it and printing the heck out of it, and it made it less valuable but more accessible. That's what's going to happen a little bit with Topps Finest, I think, with baseball. You're going to see it, way more. It's going to be more accessible. You and I are going to be able to rip it from, walking into Target, which is great. I think that's a good thing for the hobby, but it does change the value of the cards that you're pulling out of those boxes. So that's certainly going to happen.
We haven't talked about this before, but I gotta bring it up. And I can't remember the last time I saw Fleer with a card, but like Fleer Ultra Golf cards coming over. Is that a market right now, or is it still Tiger Woods only sort of thing? Because they do have Tiger Woods picture on one of them.
Yeah, so once again, I didn't do any prep here, so I'm just thinking. If I'm not mistaken, Upper Deck owns Fleer.
Okay.
So I believe it is an Upper Deck like Fleer release. So it's like a callback to Fleer products from the early 2000s, if I'm not mistaken. That said, if Fleer is back from the dead and releasing a product, there's no way it's licensed. So if it's licensed, it's definitely an Upper Deck owned product that is a Fleer release.
Gotcha.
That's what makes the most sense to me. But there's definitely a golf market. I mean, like it's really Tiger heavy, but like, Nelly Korda, who, Packer fan, she is really hot right now in the hobby. People are buying Nelly Korda. You're also seeing, some of these other guys who have stepped up, and Rory, like, there's markets for them. It's just like it's been for the last 25 plus years. It's golf is a Tiger
dominant
game.
Yeah, even when he's not playing.
Yes.
So,
Yep, absolutely. But yeah, Upper Deck has hockey and golf licenses along with a couple others. So, they stay hot on those releases. We've been getting a lot more hockey lately. So if you guys are hockey collectors, we do have quite a few more. We want to get more singles in the case. So sell us your cool hockey singles. We have a handful of those, but as we're releasing more and more hobby products out on, sealed hobby product for hockey, we definitely want to see more of those coming into the shop too.
Well, speaking of hockey, and I know we got the NBA Finals, and I think we talked about this before in the past, but okay, we've got Victor Wembanyama in the finals and such. What's that potentially going to do for his market, or has it kind of already gone up a little bit with Victor Wembanyama?
his market right now might be, I think I went on this show and I talked about Shohei before the baseball season being absolutely crazy. This is so much bigger than that.
Really?
So much bigger than that.
Wow.
You're seeing Wembanyama cards that you're seeing them double and triple in price, and that's not just low end, that's high end too. So like you're seeing cards that sold for like, 10 to 15,000 sell for 30 to 40, and it's unreal to watch, because I'm watching, I'm not participating. I'm not buying Wembanyama right now, to be very clear. No, it's I would not recommend buying Wembanyama right now, but that's not totally true, because like the thing is, if you don't get it now, you might lose your opportunity to do it before he has a championship, and then things might even get crazier. But I do think that the upside opportunity is always when it's the hottest. And right now, with him headed toward that first potential championship, probably an MVP next year if I had to put money on it, like this is something where you're like, okay, it might be at its peak right at this moment, even if he does win a championship. Because, I mean, you look at certain guys throughout history when it comes to collecting, unless they are literally one of the best of all time, unless they are Jordan, Kobe, LeBron, or at least viewed in that way, their market can dissipate even with success if we either get sick of the success or the success doesn't look the way we want it to. Like Jokic's market right now, pretty down. I mean, he's been unbelievable.
Yeah.
Shea's market, after they lost, it tanked pretty hard, and it already wasn't that high to begin with compared to his success level. So, like, it depends. How long are we going to be obsessed with Wembanyama? Probably forever, because this dude is, like, going to be one of those greats if he stays healthy.
And he's young yet, too.
And he's still so young.
Yeah.
They're way ahead of schedule. But his, I actually helped broker a deal, a card that, was a $15,000 Wembanyama auto. I helped someone find this card that they wanted, and I asked the guy what he picked it up for, and he said, "Oh, I picked it up like a month ago for $6,500." So I mean, he doubled his money and then some.
Yeah.
In the span of a month, just because Wembanyama is going, headed to the finals.
It really is like the stock market. It feels like
it is, but you can't play it the same way, because it's not necessarily rooted in logic. Like, not that the stock market is always rooted in logic either, but I'm not one to speak on the stock market.
Me neither, trust me.
Yeah. But like there's certain players that will forever hold appeal, but like there's certain guys like, Giannis is so down right now. And it makes sense in terms of the public sphere that he's in. But even like the last couple of years with the Bucks not being quite as successful and him not being quite as interesting, yet still scoring 30 with 12 rebounds and 6 assists, every year, his market went down even after he's won that championship. So if Wembanyama wins this championship and then he's just dominant but doesn't like do the same things, I don't think we think that's going to happen. But his market could certainly take a dip. And it would still be the same guy that won the championship and all this stuff. So, I'm basically saying a lot of nothing. But what I'm saying right now is that it is a really hot market right now. The upside if they win a championship does exist, but I don't think it's quite as high as the massive tank that would happen if they don't.
Interesting. What you did bring some cards. You want to
Yeah.
show those?
This was kind of going back to the grading thing. I wanted to talk about the different grading companies. So like, I wanted to show examples. Obviously, I brought this to really dangle in front of Dan.
Yep.
The PSA, we all know PSA. This is an Anthony Hardaway best cuts. It's actually funny. This PSA slab is mislabeled. I didn't notice until I got it, but it says best cut. And if you look at all the other best cuts, die cuts, it says cuts with an S on the actual slab, but this one does not. So I was actually thinking about sending it back in for a reslab, but who knows? And then, for other sports graders, like I've been sending to Beckett. So BGS or Beckett Grading Services. They changed their slabs. So now they no longer have they usually, if it's an autograph, they have like an auto grade on the side. Now it's underneath it. The rest of the slab doesn't look terribly different, other than the fact that you actually have like a true barcode for identifying the card on the new slabs. This is one of the old ones.
Okay. So
this is a Matthew Stafford rookie in a BGS 9.5. 9.5s are basically the same as a 10 in terms of expectation between PSA and Beckett. They don't sell like 10s though. And Beckett Pristine 10s they sell better than PSA 10s. And Beckett Black Labels are like a 10x on your value, which Black Labels rarely ever happen. It's if they are a 10 in centering, 10 in corners, 10 in edges, 10 in surface. I have not ever sent one in and gotten a Black Label back. As far as sports go, you also have SGC. This is a Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Bucks Kaboom. I'd been looking for this one for a little bit. This one's a really cool, you don't see a lot of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in a Bucks uni in inserts and stuff. He's usually in Lakers.
Yep.
So this one right here is an SGC slab. They call it the tuxedo.
Okay.
Again, the ROI is not as big, but you pay less and it's relatively quick. And they're a really efficient grading company and the slab looks clean. So, you're still adding value to the card, but it's just not nearly as much.
Tuxedo's at the black kind of, that's what my Don Hudson one is in. It's just exactly like that. Yep.
You'll see sometimes that they have the old SGC slabs had like a green label in them. So you'll see that sometimes. For Pokemon, we still send in to CGC, the shop.
Okay.
And CGC is widely considered probably second in the Pokemon market especially for low end. It's relatively inexpensive. You pay $18.99 to send in with us.
Okay.
So it's much less expensive than like PSA. This is an example of a pristine 10. So they have, similar to Beckett, they have a pristine.
That label. That's really sweet looking.
You can send sports to CGC, to be very clear. It just doesn't have a great market foothold. So like you're not adding a lot of value even compared to SGC.
Okay.
But they have a little bit easier grading standards than some other companies, which, is part of the reason it doesn't have the huge foothold, but it does still add value, especially if you do get a pristine 10. And then this one is a newer company that it's been around for a few years, but like it's really only been like strong in the market for a year and a half or two. And it's really strong in high-end cards. This is Tag. So Tag is an AI grading company. You actually can scan the QR code on the slab.
Okay.
And it gives you your dig report, which is telling you what's wrong with the card. It's telling you where it had dings, and it's telling you where the scratches are. And this is just one that I quickly grabbed from the shop. But like this is a Tag 6. High-end Pokemon do very well in Tag slabs when they get a 10 because it's well, trusted for that score, and you can see exactly the reasons why they got the grade because like anybody can scan that and check. And it also has rankings of like how highly ranked yours is among other Tag slabs of the same grade. So it's actually a really cool company. I know that they were pretty backed up recently too, but I think they're back to operating normally, or at least somewhat normally. And if anybody has questions on how to submit to these companies that aren't CGC and PSA like we submit to, we're happy to answer those questions. It's not too hard to set up your own account and get something sent out.
Okay.
You just want to make sure you protect your cards properly when you do so, and that's where a little bit of that education comes in. But there's a lot of YouTube videos out there to help with that.
Gotcha. There was one question, too, I wanted to ask you because I saw you posted just a little bit ago about an eBay haul that you had. And one thing that I've kind of always wondered, too, when you look on eBay, like what – because it always makes me nervous purchasing stuff on eBay, and that sort of – is there certain things that you look for? Is it just the reviews of the sellers, or how do you go about when you look on eBay for cards?
Yeah, I do tend to avoid sellers that have very little feedback. Now, if it's a low-risk situation in terms of like a graded card that, if a card is graded and it's like clearly real, then – it's not like they're going to ship you something that's beat up, right? It's already in the slab. But like raw cards, I don't tend to trust buying them off of low feedback or no feedback, type sellers. The main thing I'm looking for is, sometimes I go to, I've over the years figured out that there's certain shops on eBay that I like what they carry. I like what they seek out. I picked up the Charles Woodson that you saw that I posted from this guy that has an incredible shop on eBay. I think his name is like Cool Card Dude. I mean, something like that. He's got an unbelievable shop. He's in Canada. So like, I'm sure I'll buy slabs from him again. But he has a very well curated sort of like 90s, 2000s, NBA, NFL, like really cool stuff. So yeah, when it comes to eBay, the nice thing is that if you buy anything over $200, it does go through authenticity, eBay's authenticity guarantee. That said, that is only the case if you're buying it from the U.S. So like this one that I got from Canada will not go through that. Be careful buying outside of the U.S. because it won't go through that authenticity.
Yeah, that's always just like looking at those cards. And for me too, this probably isn't a thing for you. It's like, why is this one the same exact card? Somebody's selling it for this, and then it's a different price point in there. And, for me, that for somebody who doesn't know nearly as much as you do, it's like, well, which one is legit?
Well, that's why you have to arm yourself with information. And that's where like the comping comes in, right? And understanding where you're going to get accurate numbers on your comps. 130 Point as a free app is a great tool to use to say, okay, if I'm looking at that Charles Woodson, I'm checking to see, okay, what did it last sell for? That one, for example, last sold in 2023. You can throw that number out the window. I can look at similar stuff and see if it's maybe worth buying. But like if there are a bunch of recent sales, I can say, okay, I am not interested in buying this, or I am interested in buying this because of those recent comps. Or you might just kind of look at it and go, as you get a feel for the market, you might go, well, this is a little bit more than the most recent comps, but like this player's playing well, or like this good thing is happening, or everyone is buying Bowman Chrome like crazy right now. Whatever, you can make those assumptions. So you have to arm yourself with information so that when you make those purchases, that you're not leaving dollars on the table. But the other thing too is like, I've done this a million times. If you find something you like, make sure you look for it elsewhere too on eBay, because sometimes you'll buy something and be like, oh, it's also listed for $50 less over here, and I just got excited and got this thing without checking to see if there's a cheaper one out there.
Yeah.
So always double check that stuff.
I want to ask this too before we let you go here. Obviously, the Myles Garrett trade, and he's going to be in a new uniform and such. I guess it's a two-part question. One, do defensive players, is there a market for guys like a Myles Garrett? Two, do trades like that affect the trade or the card market, whether it's, his Cleveland ones, or is it going to be his first Rams one, sort of thing? Does that affect?
Yeah, so a couple of things on that. One, you'll when it comes to the defensive player card market, it exists for sure, but you have to be one of the greats, to be. I mean, just like anything else, there's ceilings and floors for certain players. So it's just a lower ceiling and floor for defensive players typically. But like if you are one of the greats, like your ceiling is higher, just like anything else. Myles Garrett in this trade, it is one of those things where he is so beloved and was so successful in a Browns uniform that I don't think his Browns stuff tanks hard. And I think, in fact, when he's, as he's traded to the Rams, you're going to see his first Rams products, they're going to do really well. But then, there will be, when you're buying him in 10 years, his Browns cards are going to be the ones that are worth more.
Okay.
Like, unless he wins like a couple, wins an MVP as a defensive player and, a couple championships or whatever, right? But like, it's where they did their best work that tends to historically be where their cards sell really well.
Okay.
One thing, and a more interesting case to me is like Matthew Stafford.
That's the name I was just going to ask.
Yeah,
so,
his stuff in a Lions uni sells well. His stuff in a Rams uni sells well. He has a championship with the Rams. But he started his incredible career with the Lions. All of his rookie stuff is with the Lions. He was well loved in Detroit. So like there's guys where it's going to be pretty similar, and over time you're actually going to probably see that his Rams stuff sells nearly as well or just as well as his Lions stuff. But like Aaron Rodgers, for example, his Jets and Pittsburgh stuff is not going to sell well historically. It's just not going to hold up. Even if he does some serious winning this year, like it's just not going to hold up. You're going to always have way better stuff in Packers uni as far as value is concerned.
Right. Is kind of Peyton the same way with Colts and Denver a little bit?
Well, so actually that's a funny example. Like Colts and Denver, you can also say Brady, but the thing is like Brady won a championship with the Bucs, and Peyton Manning won a championship with Denver. So like it's honestly. And an MVP with Denver. So both sell really well, kind of similar to Stafford. But I had a lot of people telling me that my Brady would have sold for a lot more in a Patriots uni, and I'm sure it would have, because as much as he did in that short time as a Buccaneer, he did way more with the Patriots.
Right.
And Peyton is probably a little bit closer to even.
Right. Interesting. All right, before I let you go, NBA Finals.
Yeah.
Who you got? Got to make a pick.
I'm going to pick the Spurs, not just based on Wembanyama. I am obsessed with Stephon Castle and Dylan Harper. I think that they are both just like amazing shutdown guards that like get to the hoop at will. I think that the Knicks are going to give them a better fight than some people think. But I do think it's going to be the Spurs. And yeah, I also, I think that like it's really hard to gauge the Knicks right now because they did not have a crazy difficult path through. They kind of struggled with the Hawks, but then they basically haven't like lost for a month. So it's like, we'll see what happens there. But like, I do really like the Knicks, but I think that the Spurs get this one.
Now, last one, I promise.
No, it's okay.
If the Knicks win, because everybody's saying, well, if the Knicks win, Jalen Brunson's the greatest Knick, which I don't agree with.
I kind of agree with.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Over like Frazier, Willis Reed.
All I'm saying is that you have an argument for it. I'm not usually an absolutes guy, so but I'm saying that I wouldn't think that someone's crazy for thinking that. I would say that bringing a title back to New York is more than.
Definitely puts him on the Mount Rushmore, probably, right?
He's on the Mount Rushmore. So, if you're on the Mount Rushmore, I'm not going to really argue with you.
So, would that, in the card aspect?
Oh, yeah. His market is already, it has not leaped nearly as much as like a Wembanyama, like market, but like his market has gone up a decent amount. And I think I think that the reason it hasn't, that the expectations have been tempered on his cards is because people don't think that they're going to beat the Spurs.
Gotcha.
If they win game one, or if they take one of the first two and then win in the Garden, I think that his cards are going to go absolutely bonkers. Yeah. If they go up 2-1 in the series, I think that they'll go crazy.
Man. Good stuff, dude.
Yeah.
Always love chatting with you,
it's always fun.
So appreciate that.
Yeah,
So
I'll see you in a couple of weeks.
You got it. 2-week schedule, man.
Yeah.
So, all right, good stuff from Ty from Slab Factory here in Eau Claire. Don't forget to follow their Facebook page for store hours, details.
Yeah, we're open Mondays now.
Open Mondays. Yep. Did I see you just had like a trade night?
Yeah, we just had a trade night. It was a little impromptu, but we have a trade night schedule posted now on our Facebook, so you can check that out. There's going to be at least one per month, so it'll be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, thanks, dude.
Yeah, thank you, Dan.
We're going to take a quick break. Back with plenty more coming up after these quick words. Man, it's always good to catch up with Ty from Slab Factory. Very appreciative of him taking some time every 2 weeks, every couple of Wednesdays per month, and sharing his knowledge with all of us. So I hope even if you're maybe not diehard collectors and such, hopefully you appreciate those conversations. You'll learn just a little bit more too, because Lord knows I do. But man, it just gets me like more excited and pumped up and wanting to just increase my card collection, if you know what I mean. So, all right. Hey, it is a Wednesday. It's a Wild Card Wednesday. So if you got a random sports topic that you'd like to throw out for a little bit of a conversation or talk or whatever, hit me up. All right. 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line. You can text it over there. You can join in on the Section 105 chat room on our video stream. So it's an open book on a Wild Card Wednesday. We've got also kind of a what if Wednesday, just randomly a what if, okay? There is a narrative. I shouldn't say narrative. I don't know if narrative is the right word to describe this, but it's almost every day now for the last few days that I've seen a national talking head or a national show saying, hey, Brewers should go get Tarek Skubal. Okay, what if that happens? What if that were to actually happen? Get your crystal balls out. Get your magic 8 balls out, whatever. Your tarot cards, whatever you could use to see the future. What if that were to happen? Do the Brewers get past the Dodgers and Braves in the National League to advance to the World Series? I don't really want to kind of say whether this is the biggest need for the Brewers. I want to throw out a little fun conversation, like the what if. If that were to happen, first of all, what would be your reaction? Probably a lot of excitement, followed by, okay, what did we give up? But then you're back to being excited because it's like Miz, Harrison, Skubal. I mean, come on. That's a 3-headed monster. And then you throw a little Brandon Woodruff in there, assuming he's going to come back and be healthy. Yeah, you're going to be excited. You're going to be pumped up. But just what if? What if that were to happen? Is that enough, in your opinion, for the Brewers to represent the National League in the World Series? And maybe it's still a no for some of you because I still want a power bat. I still want a impact bat in the middle of that lineup. That's fair. Heck, if they and the thing is, I don't know who that bat potentially is right now because we're a ways away from the trade deadline. But the Skubal chat is obviously out there because of where the Tigers are at this season, his contract status and such. He seems like a very likely trade candidate, even though he's banged up right now. But have a little fun with this. What if? What if that were to happen? Let me know. All right. Have some fun with this. All right. I know we got to play again a little catch up here in terms of breaks. I know we've been talking too much and having too much fun here this morning. So, but again, send me some wild card topic questions and such. Before I take a break, a few texts with the Skubal. Ben says, yep, absolutely they would represent the National League in the World Series. I don't think it's the biggest need for this Brewers, but man, that would be fun to watch with those 3 pitchers. Eric says, I do think they would get past the Braves and the Dodgers, and I hope the Brewers push a lot of their chips in the middle of the table and make some big moves before the deadline this year. Another texter, a little bit of a different approach, don't have a name, can't give any credit, but he said, I might be in the minority, but I don't want the Brewers to trade for Tarek Skubal because I feel like it would be too much. And with an uncertain labor disputes, I don't think it would be the smartest move by the Brewers. And I think that's fair. if I were, if I change the question to, do I think it's going to happen? No, I don't. Is it a fun conversation to have as a Brewers fan? Yes, because I think it was it Mike earlier that mentioned it's fun having these topics it's fun having these conversations because it means your team is doing well. Ding, 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 ding. Mike, I could not have said it any better because I know there's going to be some people who are like poo-pooing on that discussion. But we're having the discussion. I'd rather have this discussion about acquiring top players, probably knowing it's not going to happen, but having the discussion that, hey, well, they should do this. They should get this guy. They should get that guy. They should, try to get this person. Rather than, they're going to sell this guy. They're going to move on from this guy because they stink this year. They're going to be sellers at the deadline. Everybody's going to be gone. I'd rather have the discussion that we're having now, even though it's probably not going to happen, about acquiring players than selling players. Because, Mike, you hit it on the head, man. You hit it on the head. Ding, ding, ding. Bingo. Couldn't have said it any better. All right, we do got to take that break. So, plenty more Brewers talk. Harrison, man. Kyle Harrison. He's in Mizorowski territory of what else can we say about the guy? Right? Damn. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back after these few words. Whether you are chasing a championship or you're just trying to stay active, your body deserves the best care. At Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, they help athletes and non-athletes alike get back to doing what they love. From sports injuries and joint pain to everyday aches, their expert team is here with personalized care every single step of the way. So no matter your level of activity, you do not have to sit on the sidelines. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, helping you move better, to feel better, and to live better. We got a couple more texts. Little what if and such. Oh, by the way, Barb says, I enjoy the card section, not my thing. However, learn something every time and interesting. Thanks. So, well, thank you for sending that over, Barb. A couple more texts about the what if. We've got Alex saying, for your what if question, if the Brewers do get Tarek, I think they do advance to the World Series. I do agree. I don't think it's their biggest need, but boy, it would be fun to watch those three pitchers go and lead this group. Another texter, Scott, on the Shoe Doctor's bullpen line, saying, I hope it happens, and I hope the Brewers are a little bit more aggressive. This is a really fun team. They're putting up runs in the unconventional way. Sure, I would like another power bat in there, but man, to have Mizorowski, Tarek, and Harrison leading the way with Brandon Woodruff, that would be a tough out for any team. It would be fun, wouldn't it? It would be fun. Brewers, it seems like the rumblings out there for who's going to start tonight is Tyson Harden. And I'm sure a lot of you are like, who? Tyson Harden who? Who's this guy? So far, he is 1-3 with a 5.06 ERA, 10 games started for AAA, Nashville Sounds. His latest game, you got to go back to May 28th. He pitched 6 innings, 2 hits, no earned runs. The month of May, he finished with a 1-1 record with a 3.29 ERA. But when you really look at it, the one hiccup was his May 10th game where he went 3 2/3 and he gave up 6 earned runs. Every other game, it was 1 earned run or 2 or 0. And in April, there was a couple of games there that he gave up 5 or more runs on there too. So he's not a name that I think a lot of Brewers fans are probably familiar with. But if you look at it from prospect rankings for the Brewers, he is their 17th ranked prospect. He just give you a little bit of a scouting report from their prospect page. He's a 6'2" right-hander, sits about 92 to 95 miles per hour with his four-seam fastball, and he makes up for the average velocity by generating decent ride from a low release and good extension. He'll wear out the top rail of the zone with that four-seamer and then drop in a low 80s slider that gets good sweep to the lower glove side corner. An upper 80s cutter isn't just quite as sharp as others in its pitch class, but the jump in velo from the slider allows it to sneak up on lefties, leading to soft contact. Harden has an upper 80s changeup for opposite side bats, but it's too firm, leading to issues with splits. He flows well on the mound and kept pumping strikes at each level in 2025. That type of control helped his case not only to start, but to remain in a bulkier role in his first taste of the pros. Better batters might have more success against him in the zone, and that's something that will be tested at the upper levels. If his gains continue, he could factor into Milwaukee's rotation depth by the second half of his age 24 season, which is right now. So that's a little bit about Tyson, if, again, not too familiar with him. And it kind of seems like that's going to be the case going forward. Now, he did pitch 3 games in Biloxi, but now he's been in Nashville so far this year. So, okay, we'll take a quick break. Again, trying to play a little catch up here from our conversation a little bit earlier. We'll get back on track in the final hour, in the 9 o'clock hour. But continue to send me your what ifs. Okay, what if the Brewers were to get Tarek Skubal? Have a little fun with this. Do they advance to the World Series? Also, Wild Card Wednesday. Give me some fun topics to throw out there for the rest of the listeners to participate in. So, all right. Final break for this third hour. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. Dings, dents, or something more serious, don't stress about it. Just head to Superior Auto Body. From minor touch-ups to major collision repair, they are your go-to team for getting your vehicle back to looking like new. With experienced technicians and attention to every detail, Superior Auto Body takes pride in doing the job right the first time. So when life happens to your vehicle, trust the team that Eau Claire drivers rely on. That's Superior Auto Body, your go-to place for all of your auto body needs. All right. Got a few seconds left to the top of the hour. So final hour coming up here in just a skosh. Brewers, Game 3 tonight. We got Packers OTA practices. What did Jordan Love and Matt LaFleur have to say to the media yesterday? We'll go through some of those comments. And, Josh Jacobs also practiced yesterday, too. So we'll go through all of that. And it's a Wild Card Wednesday, so you got a fun topic in mind that you want to throw out there? You got one more hour to do so. News updates. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Cruising on through. We are on to the final hour already on this Wednesday morning, making the turn Wednesday. Hopefully you're all off to an absolutely fantastic start. Thanks for joining us. We're going to talk, we'll get back to some more Brewers talk coming up here in just a skosh. But I want to lead things off this hour. A little green and gold because, well, Packers were back at OTAs yesterday. Practice was open to the media. And we got to hear some comments from some of the players for the first time. Matt LaFleur also chatting before the practice, saying, a couple quotes from him. He did say that Josh Jacobs was going to be practicing. He said things currently are business as usual for Josh Jacobs, and we did see him practice. Didn't talk, from what I know, to the media yesterday. Micah Parsons is in Green Bay. He says he's not practicing yet as he recovers from a torn ACL, but he says his leadership makes a significant impact and says he looks pretty good for his rehab. Bull Mountain, by the way, has returned to full-time receiver, so in case anybody was really wondering about that. But, yeah, you had Packers offensive line, a little bit of a different – this is kind of where I look at stuff in OTAs because I don't want to overanalyze practices at the end of May or June or anything like that. But kind of like depth charts. That's where I want to look at. And offensive line, you had Jordan Morgan, you had Aaron Banks, you had Sean Ryan, Jagger Burton getting some reps with the ones. The rookie, Anthony Belton, moving over to right tackle. So giving the rookie some looks. Also, not a great day, according to the reporters there, for their rookie kicker, Trey Smack. Apparently it was pretty windy and such, but hey, good lesson learned. And we know that the winds are going to be swirling quite a bit in Lambeau Field, so store that in the back of your mind, Trey Smack. So, but also, after practice, we got to hear from some of the players, including Jordan Love. This is audio courtesy from Ryan Wood, but obviously he was asked about the Josh Jacobs situation that is currently going on.
Internally, the news with Josh, how have you guys had meetings? You talk about it. How have you guys absorbed that internally?
Yeah, we've talked internally. Everyone knows what the situation is there, and we've talked, but obviously the details are, we're keeping that. Everybody's keeping that under wraps right now, just out of respect for the situation and obviously all the legal stuff that's going to be playing out. But it's great to have Josh here with us, be able to work with us and get back to work. But we're just everybody's just waiting and letting it play out on its own.
Do you find yourself wondering, man, am I going to have my running back this year, or just the uncertainty of it all, especially for you as a quarterback?
It's there's always questions. I was shocked when I saw it, and like I said, it's one of those things we're gonna let it play out. There's a lot of uncertainty when you hear something like that of what might happen, but we'll see. We'll let it play out and go from there.
All right. Again, that's Jordan Love, audio courtesy from Ryan Wood, and haven't really heard anything from last week. Nothing different. Nothing new in that. But Matthew Golden also talked a little bit to the media. Said that his rookie season put a, quote, chip on his shoulder entering year 2. He said he's just scratching the surface of what I can do. There's a lot in there, and I know it. I'm excited for those opportunities. Let's hear a little bit more from Matthew Golden in the locker room after practice yesterday.
Your rookie year.
I would say, it happened exactly how it was supposed to. I feel like it kind of developed me in my mindset to, just have a chip on my shoulder, obviously, and just how to go about things. So, like I said, I wouldn't change anything that happened last year. I feel like for this year, it's a part of the plan, man, and I'm excited.
Did you gain any confidence from the way you finished the season in Chicago?
Yeah, I definitely did. I feel like I said, man, it happened how it was supposed to. I ended up scoring, and we didn't get the win. That's obviously something that we wanted. But to build off last year, that's everything I was looking forward to. So, like I said, man, I'm looking forward to this year, and I got the mindset to just attack everything that's in front of me.
You ran angry on that touchdown. You ran through guys, over guys. How much of that, though, was just exercising the frustrations of how last season had gone to that point and just kind of being cathartic, just letting it out?
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't going to go down, man. I had the mindset of getting in the end zone regardless of who was in front of me. And, you know, how it was lined up, man, I didn't want to go down. So, you know, I feel like, I mean, like I said, man, I just had to get in there. And, you know, I had 2 good blocks by Christian and Raleigh, and then I ended up getting in the end zone. Did
it feel good to show what you can do? Because you've always known what you can do, and to actually put it on the field, especially in that moment.
Man, I mean, that's just scratching the surface of what I can do, man. I mean, I know it's a lot in there, and I know it. So, you know, like I said, man, I'm excited for the opportunities that's gonna come this year, and I'm gonna make the most of them.
Right, again, that's audio courtesy from Ryan Wood. And, you know, when it comes to Matthew Golden, the question I guess I would throw out there is a lot of talk has been made about his rookie season and the lack of, you know, numbers, right? He scored that touchdown, first touchdown in the playoff game against the Bears. Is it? And everybody's kind of looking at year 2. Got to have a big year from Matthew Golden. Got to have that jump. You know, I don't know if anybody has been really using the B word after 1 year with Matthew Golden, the bust word. I hope not. But I guess my question when it comes to Matthew Golden, you know, and you look at last year, how much do you point the finger at like that was a Matthew Golden issue, or was it a lack of opportunities issue? See, I'm kind of in the lack of opportunities issue category. I don't think he got enough opportunities to make a bigger impact last year. So I don't know if it's a little overblown or if it's right at that mark, but it seems like there's a lot of talk out there about, hey, Matthew Golden's got to have a really good year this year. He's got to have a breakout year. Was last year all on Matthew Golden, though? That's where I struggle with this thing. I don't know if it was all on Matthew Golden. I feel like it was lack of opportunities. And I look at the coaching and I look at, you know, the play caller in that aspect. Now, it sure feels like he's by default going to get a lot more opportunities this year. You don't have a Romeo Doubs, right? Don't have a Romeo Doubs over there. So you'd think you'd get more, and you would just think, with everybody kind of talking about him, that he's naturally going to get more of those opportunities. But I think it's fair to say, okay, we need more from Matthew Golden. But I think it's a two-way street. We need more from Matthew Golden himself, but we need more from the play caller, Matt LaFleur, and the offense to give him those opportunities. To go out there and get opportunities to make plays. Because I think a lot of us last year watching these games, we're like, well, where's Golden? Why isn't Golden getting involved? Why aren't they targeting him more? Why aren't they giving him more opportunities? So I don't think it's necessarily fair to put the blame squarely on Matthew Golden. I don't think it's fair. Because I think it's a two-way street. It's both play caller, offensive game planning, and Golden. Rando from Chipwood says, I feel that Golden was never given a real chance to shine last year. Matt LaFleur needs to open up the playbook and get him more involved. And I think we will see that. But I think that goes to the point that I was just trying to convey out there is I don't think it was all on Golden's shoulders last year for his numbers. Jaden Reed, consider him as a guy that is on the Matthew Golden bandwagon, hype train, whatever you want to call it. This is audio courtesy from Matt Schneidman. Jaden Reed talking a little bit about Matthew Golden.
Man, you can tell like the game is slowing down for him. He's learned the plays much better. You can tell he's just more comfortable out there. And I can speak from my point of view. Me going into year 2, it was way more smooth, just even knowing the playbook. So you can tell, he's gaining that confidence, and, he's going to be dangerous for, this offense. So.
Must be playing a little ping pong back there, too. You hear that ping pong ball going back and forth, so they must be going out there, too. Zaire Franklin also chatting a little bit with the media. He says, on the field, I'm just a dog. I ain't going to lie to you. That's how I like to play. I like to get into issues and make plays and take the ball away. Who I am and who I've been. This is just a great fit for this organization and what we are trying to accomplish. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll get back to some more baseball talk as we get set for Brewers-Giants game number 3. Brewers have a chance to at least secure a series win with a W tonight. Let's talk some baseball coming up after these quick words. Brew Crew back at it tonight. Game 3 of this 4-game series against the Giants at 6:40. You can listen to the game on the radio dials of 105.1 FM and 790 AM. 6:05 pregame coverage will start. It seems like, according to some of the chitter chat, Tyson Harden is going to be the starter for the Crew tonight. I don't think that has been officially yet, at least from what I have seen. I know on Brewers.com it's still listed as a TBD, but it seems like that's kind of where it's at this point. So I know we just went over his resume and what he's done so far a little bit earlier, but you look at last of that Kyle Harrison again, dude. I brought these numbers up in the first hour, and I think they're worth repeating again. The duo of Jacob Mizorowski and Kyle Harrison have been nothing but spectacular. Mizorowski, 1.65 ERA, 13.69 Ks per 9 innings. Kyle Harrison, 1.57 ERA, 11.46 Ks per 9 innings. Since ERA became official in both leagues in 1913, over 100 years ago, no other Major League Baseball team has had two pitchers with a sub-2 ERA and 11 Ks per 9 innings at the end of any day in June or later. You're talking over 100 years, you guys and gals. This was from June 1st, so it's already a couple days old, or one game. Just add one game to these numbers. But heading into the game last night, over the last 28 games, the Brewers 21-7. Now we can say last 29 is 22-7. 284 pitching strikeouts. Add 12 to that number, so 296. 13 home runs allowed. Add one more to it. But the points here, no other Major League Baseball team, this is according to Opta Stats, has had as many wins and strikeouts while allowing as few home runs over a 28-game span. So, we talk a lot about, does this style for the Brewers, offensive style, is it something that can lead the Brewers to a World Series? Is it something that can lead them to a World Series? So when we look at, I'm just kind of looking at some of the numbers here. So Brewers pitchers, that's hit by pitch. I want home run numbers. So Brewers pitchers, we know, have given up the fewest amount of home runs, 42. The next closest is the Yankees at 50. Okay? Compare it. So Brewers are best at that. Compared to last year, the Brewers were 5th best at giving up home runs. Okay? Now, hitting. Obviously, Brewers are dead last in home runs. They're 41. Runs scored, though, they're 6th. Compared to last year, they were 3rd in runs scored. Where were they in home runs last year? 22nd. So, yeah, it's similar in a lot of areas compared to last year. And I think that boils down to a question for a lot of people is, all right, they're kind of doing some things similar to last year, and look how it worked out. So this is why the Brewers need to go out there and still try to find an impact bat. Try to find another power bat. Try to find somebody else to maybe, be a threat or a consistent threat for the long ball, especially when it comes to the postseason. So, and it's a good question, because you're looking at some of the stuff they're doing, and you look at last year, and it's not that far off with a lot of these numbers. So will they make a move? Will they do something different? Will they try to acquire another bat? And is that going to be ultimately the difference from, maybe winning a playoff series to getting to the World Series? Is it just one bat? That's the $1 million question. And is it maybe Jed Williams being called up? Cooper Pratt? Any of those guys? But it's the same question we're having right now for the Brewers that everybody kind of had last year. Is this style? Does this style win games? Or is it just a style that wins a bunch of games in the regular season, but when it comes to the postseason, not so much? Or is the difference this year the pitching for the Brewers? Do you have a little bit more confidence in the pitching, in the starting pitching, maybe specifically? Because of what we have seen from Jacob Misiorowski. We know Jacob Misiorowski, if he's healthy, knock on wood, hopefully he is. When it comes to the postseason, he's going to be a starter, not coming out of the bullpen. Kyle Harrison. Those two. You look at last year's starters. Freddie. Freddie Peralta. It is the difference, the main difference, that maybe you feel better, maybe more confident about this Brewers team because of who they got at starting pitcher this year. And if it's just, let's say Brandon Woodruff's healthy, okay? Say he's healthy. And say those three guys, say they don't make a move for another starting pitcher, okay? And they go into the playoffs with Logan Henderson, Jacob Misiorowski. Again, assuming everybody's healthy, which I know for some is probably going to be a big what if. But Jacob Misiorowski, Logan Henderson, Kyle Harrison, Brandon Woodruff as your top four. Do you feel like in a 7-game series you're going to get 4 wins? Do you feel confident in that if those are your 4? And yeah, you might have maybe a bullpen start for the other one. But you compare it to the pitchers from last year, it was Quinn Priester, who had a great season, 13-3, but he struggled a little bit in the postseason. Freddie Peralta, you knew you were probably going to get 5 innings. Jose Quintana, the veteran. Chad Patrick was in there. Misiorowski. He had an Aaron Ashby start in there, I believe. But do you feel better? Do you feel more confident? Honestly, I feel a little bit better. As of right now, I feel a little bit better about where this starting pitching staff is. Like, if the playoffs were to start today, I feel better, more confident in the starting group than maybe last year. And I feel that trickle-down effect of what they got in the bullpen is even a little bit better than last year. I like Shane Drone coming out of the pen. I like Chad Patrick coming out of the pen. Aaron Ashby, we know what he's doing. DL Hall, I think, is pitching incredibly well this year. It's a little bit of that excuse me, trickle-down effect with everything, and you got that length with those guys. So is that the difference? It's the same type of offense, but is the difference improved pitching? Because I know a lot of people will sit there and say, well, the issue last year wasn't the pitching. You're right, it wasn't the pitching, but they did get a little bit better in pitching. So is that the difference? Where maybe, okay, they don't allow an extra run or two in each game. Time will tell. Got lots of games, a lot of time left to figure that one out. But back to the what if. What if the Brewers go out there and get Skubal? Does it get them to the World Series? My crystal ball? Yeah, I think I'm going to go with that 100%. That right now, that's what I'm going to base it on. So, all right, let's take a quick break. Didn't get to this yet, but I want to throw it out there. 3 weeks from today is the NBA draft. Okay, the NBA final starts tonight, but 3 weeks from today is the NBA draft. That kind of pseudo soft deadline for a Giannis trade. The fact that we're 3 weeks away, there's not a whole lot of chitter chat out there, and I get the finals are still going on and not really a whole lot, but how you feel right now? Let's do a little bit of a Giannis gauge, okay? Scale of 0 to 10, 10. You're like, I'm going to Vegas and putting all my life savings on that he's out of town. 0, you're like, I'm putting my life savings on that he's going to be a buck and sign an extension. How you feeling 3 weeks before that soft deadline? Or maybe it's less than 3 weeks when he's traded, if he's traded. Take a quick break. We'll hit that up. Coming up after these quick words. Hey, going on at Hy-Vee right now. They got a protein drink sale going on. So you've got you could check out the entire flyer by heading over to Hy-Vee's Facebook page. How about a bakery breakfast sale? As the older I get, the more I appreciate baked goods. I don't know why. Muffins, cookies, all that stuff. I've noticed that lately. But you're talking about $5.99 bakery fresh jumbo loaded muffins, 4-count plus. That's a fuel saver, baby. You get 5 cents off per gallon. Come on, you get to buy some jumbo awesome muffins, and then you save 5 cents off a gallon at the fuel pump. Heck yeah, dude. So again, you could check out everything going on. You got a fuel saver savings all month long for June. We're talking about milk. It's June Dairy Month, right? Milk. 5 cents fuel saver for Hy-Vee milk, 1 gallon. Load up on chocolate milk, load up on 2% milk, whatever you want in the household. There you have it. How about propane refill or a new tank if you're grilling out? 25-cent fuel saver, baby. So again, you can check out all of the savings by visiting Hy-Vee in Eau Claire and doing your shopping, or you can check out the flyer right here on Hy-Vee Eau Claire's Facebook page. All right, so the latest on Giannis with that maybe kind of soft deadline of the NBA draft, which is 3 weeks from today, believe it or not, even with the NBA Finals starting today. You've got the NBA trade deadline ending in, not NBA trade deadline. I guess it's kind of maybe a Giannis trade deadline. But with the NBA Finals starting tonight and the draft starting 3 weeks from now, man, that's a really quick turnaround here. What's the latest on Giannis, though? Well, according to The Athletic, this is from Eric Name, who covers the Bucks, and Sam Amick, agents and executives have come to the conclusion that that Miami will be Giannis's next team. Per Amick and Name, Giannis remains impressed and interested in the culture in Miami. There is a level of mutual interest there. The biggest obstacle is whether someone else could outbid Miami. And I know there was a little bit of a social media report out there saying that the only team Giannis would sign an extension with if he were traded was the Miami Heat. I know that was out there too, but yeah. So we've heard of some potential trade packages from Miami to Milwaukee in exchange for Giannis. One of them, a lot of them, if not all of them, surround Tyler Hero, is Wisconsin native, who also could be flipped for more picks and assets if the Bucks really wanted to go that way. So I personally, again, I don't know him. I think Tyler Hero probably, even though he's from Wisconsin, I don't know if he'd want to go to the Bucks and play for Milwaukee. I don't know that. I know he's from Greenfield, which be kind of coming home in that. But I mean, if that would be the return, you're getting a guy who averaged 20.5 points per game last year for the Heat, 4.8 rebounds, 4.1 assists. If he were to stay, I wouldn't be surprised though if the Bucks would maybe flip him if that's the case. Now, I don't think this necessarily means that Giannis is out the door with this latest report, that agents and other teams expect that to happen. I don't think this means, all right, the nail's in the coffin. Because there was also this other thing. If we're looking at, let's look at both sides. This is actually from Behind the Bucks Pass. There's been plenty of chatter about Giannis leaving the Bucks, but not enough about him staying. It's not like the two-time MVP has requested a trade flat out. It appears the Bucks will still have a shot to keep him if the offseason goes their way. And even Giannis seems like he's open to it. Speaking on School of Hard Knocks, The forward made his feelings clear. Quote, they reached out and said they wanted to open a restaurant here in Milwaukee because I'm Greek. I was like, oh, lovely. After the games, I'll be able to come eat here. 2013, I got drafted. I came here to Milwaukee. I've been here 13 years with the team and hopefully many more. Those 3 words at the end, hopefully many more. But that one won't get the headlines, will it? Those 3 words won't get the headlines. Hopefully many more. Is this, again, just a media-driven thing? Where are you at on that scale? 0 to 10? My confidence in Giannis staying with the Bucks, I'm probably at a I hate to cop out. I'm probably like right in the middle at a 5. That's kind of where I'm at. It is one of these soap opera deals where I'm hearing one side. I hear, you look at those two. You hear that league executives and agents expect the Heat to be the team that he's going to be on. And then you hear Giannis say, hopefully many more years I'm here in Milwaukee. Well, which is it? I still feel like it's, if the Bucks want him, Giannis is there. If the Bucks don't want him, he's gone. It's that simple. It's Bucks ownership. It's Bucks ownership, not Giannis's decision. If Bucks ownership doesn't want him, then I think he's gone. But I really hope that with the NBA draft in 3 weeks from today, I hope we know our answer. I don't want to get to the draft and there is still some uncertainty. If the Bucks decide to trade Giannis after this draft, I think that's a loss for the Bucks. Like if it doesn't involve picks for this year's draft, I think that is a huge L on the Bucks. Huge L on the Bucks. I really, really, really hope for my sanity, and I think for a lot of Bucks fan sanities, that we get an answer here by 3 weeks. Okay. We gotta take a quick break. We got NBA Finals picks. Who we picking in Game 1? Who we picking in this series? Send them on over. Text it. Hit us up in the Section 105 chats. And then we got baseball picks here too. Will the Brewers secure a series win tonight? Logan Webb's on the mound. It'll be a little bit of a tough game here for the Crew. But man, they've been putting together some great wins. Nothing is really nothing phases this team so far. So, all right, we'll take our final break and wrap things up with some picks coming up after these few words. Summer's here, and that means it's time to freshen up your home from the ground on up with the help from Carpet City Flooring Center. Whether you are hosting some backyard get-togethers, opening the doors to family and friends, or you're just ready for a seasonal refresh, new flooring can completely transform your space. From soft, comfortable carpet to durable, luxury vinyl planks, Carpet City Flooring Center has everything you need to bring your vision to life. It's not just about the looks. It's about quality that you can count on and the expert guidance every step of the way. Their team is ready to help you find the perfect fit for your style, your needs, and your budget. So before summer officially kicks off, make sure your home is ready to shine. Stop on in to Carpet City Flooring Center today and take the first step towards a space that you will love all season long. All right, let's wrap it up with some picks. Tonight's Game 1, NBA Finals. I'm gonna go Spurs tonight. I'll go Spurs Game 1. I'm gonna go Spurs in 6. I was thinking about Knicks, a little bit fresh, but maybe a little rusty. But I think also too the Spurs may be able to kind of ride some of that momentum into this one. So, yeah, I'm going to go Spurs tonight, Spurs in 6. Let's do some Major League. By the way, last night again, Stanley Cup Finals, you had Vegas getting a 5-4 victory, Game 1 for the Golden Knights. Let's go to Major League Baseball. Taking a look at the games on the docket for today. We've got Miami taking on Washington. Miami picking up a 7-3 victory yesterday, but I'm going to go with Washington to pick up the victory tonight. Detroit, Tampa Bay. Man, Detroit's been picking up some wins, but I think Tampa Bay gets the W tonight. Let's do White Sox, Twinnies. Twinnies picking up a 6-4 victory against the White Sox last night. You know what? I'll go Minnesota Twins tonight, too. Why not? Yeah, Eric Fedde on the mound for the White Sox. Mets, Mariners. I'm going to go Mariners. Padres, Phillies. Walker Buehler versus Christopher Sanchez. What does Christopher Sanchez have in store for everybody this month? How can he replicate what he did in the month of May? I'm going to go with Philly. Baltimore versus Boston. Let's go Boston. Cleveland taking on the Yankees. I'm going to go Yankees tonight. Royals and Reds. Let's go. Cincinnati won last night in extra innings. Let's go Kansas City tonight. Toronto versus the Braves. I'm going with Braves. Texas, St. Louis. I'll go Cardinals. Athletics versus Cubs. I'll go with the Cubs. I keep picking them and they keep losing. So there you go. Pittsburgh at Houston. Paul Skeens on the mound. I'm going to go with Pittsburgh. And Rockies, Angels. I am going to go Rockies. Dodgers, Arizona. Shohei versus Zach Gallen. I'm going to go with Dodgers. And then finally, Brewers, Giants. I know Logan Webb hasn't had the greatest start to his season. Hasn't had the greatest season so far, but I'm going to go with the Giants tonight. But hey, maybe the Brewers offense can jump out to an early lead again and put up a bunch of runs early on and kind of put this one to bed right away. Who knows? All right, just a few minutes left to the top of the hour. So again, reminder, tonight's game, 6:40 first pitch. Coverage will begin 6:05. You can tune into the game on your radio dials of 105.1 FM and 790 AM. Let's taking a look ahead to tomorrow. We'll catch up with Jake Boakes, DNR Warden. It's free fishing weekend, so if you haven't gotten your fishing license yet, you can take advantage and do a little free fishing weekend. So we'll hit that up and talk more outdoors. And a couple of you already sent in some questions about bears and such. I'm assuming it's because of the sightings moving around the city of Eau Claire. So we'll catch up with Jake tomorrow. Maybe we're talking about a series sweep for the Brewers, or maybe we're just talking about a series win potentially for the Crew. So we'll take a look at that. Game 4, Giants preview it. We'll recap to whatever happens in the Brewers-Giants game tonight. Got Express back at home tonight, too. They're going to be taking on Madison. The Express, a victory last night against the Madison Mallards. So they're back home here for a quick game, and then the Express are going to be on the road for the next 6 games. So if you want to take in an Express game, this will be the first time until next Wednesday, because they're going to be in Duluth and then Bismarck and then Wilmer. So if you want to check out an Express game, get to Carson Park tonight before because then you're going to have to wait another week. Our first Tailgate Thursday, by the way, reminder, next Thursday. And we're going to be tailgating, have the mobile man cave in the parking lot at Carson Park. The Card Collecting Club is going to be joining us, so bring the kiddos, and you'll get some free cards, and I'll give you a game ticket, too, while supplies last. Okay? So that's next Thursday, June 11th. June 11th. I know we had some prep action last night, baseball, softball. You know, softball, we're getting close to finding out who is going to state, and we've got quite a few teams in our listening area that are just one win away from advancing to state. When you look at D1, it's Chippewa Falls versus Marshfield. No, that's not a girls basketball matchup. On the other side, you got Stevens Point and Green Bay Preble too. So I mean, can you imagine if it's like Point and Chippewa Falls again? Man, I feel like we've gotten that matchup quite a bit in a lot of sports and that too. So also in Division 2, Baldwin Woodville is going to be taking on my Medford Raiders. That's going to be in Altoona tomorrow, so might have to go check that one out. Heck yeah, absolutely. Division 3, you've got we got Division 3 over here. Adams Friendship is up there. Lodi's in there too, but you got Division 4 with Grantsburg taking on McDonald Catholic. Marathon's on the other side. They're going to be taking on Auburndale. And then Fenimore, Mineral Point, Division 5. We've got Northwood Solon Springs going to be taking on Blair Taylor. Athens on the other side of that bracket too. So baseball-wise, I know first games for quite a few teams. I know like Eau Claire Emmanuel Lutheran moved on and such. So, but we'll get a big breakdown with local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center later on this week, because the shot clock is going to cut me off. So, again, tomorrow morning, here's your homework assignments for Thursday. Your enough's enough. Think about this. What is enough? Give me the sports narratives, the sports stories, the sports takes that are out there where you would just say enough is enough with that. Really quick, Big Daddy Crush says, go get Scooble. This reminds me of the CC Sabathia days. Scooble could put us over the top for a World Series. This is why they play the game. All right. Have a fantastic rest of your day, peeps. All right, get out to the ball, especially if it's supposed to rain the next couple of days. Get out to the ballpark, okay? Get out there. Go watch the Express tonight. Take on Madison. Got a little rivalry with Madison with RJ. We got to get a little bragging rights next time we talk to RJ. Let's get a little 2-game sweep when we talk to RJ next Tuesday. All right, and don't forget our Tailgate Thursday, next Thursday, June 11th. Bring the kiddos so you get some free cards. Big thanks to Brian and the Card Collecting Club for hanging out with us. If you missed our conversation with Ty from Slab Factory, that'll be up on the Man Cave podcast, along with our continued countdown of the top 250 sports moments in USA history. Same place, same time, tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Talk to you then.